Check 1 2. Test 1 2.
Colby's mic, check 1 2, test 1 2.
Good, good. All right, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Mission Lima Half-Mile. And that is sponsored by Drag Specialties. Here comes the bikes into turn number 3. They're coming out according to their point standings. It's the Super Twins out there. The number 1 is the Jammer, Jared Meese. 32 is Dallas Daniels. The 3 is Briar Bauman. 95, J.D. Beach. 44 is Brandon Robinson. 37 is Bronson Bauman. 20 is Jared Van de Kooi. First round of practice is on the racetrack right now. It's your Mission Super Twins. I'm Scotty Dubler, the voice of American Flat Track. Joining me in the booth, at least early on today, will be the Flying Tomato himself from Canandaigua, New York. Number 36, Colby Carlisle. Colby, welcome out here to Lima.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be here. You know, I was sitting on the couch biting at the bit, and I really wanted to get here to watch, and in the booth's even better.
So, one time, a few years back, you actually brought me to this race. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, we came from New York. I remember that now.
There you go. So you were my taxi, my chauffeur, but they're out there on the racetrack right now. They're up there in the pea gravel running the high line today.
Yeah, I see a little bit of dust out early. They're running pretty high. It hasn't quite gotten as deep as I thought it would right off the bat. Maybe we talked earlier about it might not be. They graded it off a little bit. We'll see what happens. It takes a few laps.
Takes a few laps to work in the racetrack. There's Briar Bauman on the 3 bike. He's trying to work his way up there and try to get another win. He won the season opener, and that was awesome to see him come back from an injury. We're going to talk about your injury here in a little bit, but he had an injury at the last race of the season, but to come back with the first race of the season with the win was impressive. Yeah,
super impressive. I know all about getting injured at the last round. I got hurt myself, and it was a real challenge, to come back. You got to mentally get back and then physically get back. So for him to get that win is really good.
There's a look at the 52. Shayna Texter Bauman, that's Briar's wife right there. She has won here twice on a single.
Yeah, I remember back in 2007 or 16, I think it was. She came out. I believe that was on the Husqvarna, and nobody really expected that to happen with her, and she smoked us all that night. It was really impressive.
She was fine. Do you think it was because she was lighter weight and could stay on top of the pea gravel, or do you think she was just on fire that day?
She had some new suspension that I quickly figured out about not too long after, and I was able to get the same suspension for 17, and it was a game changer. So when you go over bumps with that suspension, it immediately drops the wheel back to the ground, and I used that in Minnesota Mile, and it was a huge advantage.
First round of practice out here. They're going 5 laps in our practice session. Big P's already throwing the checkered flag for everybody, so they're on their cool down lap right now. Here in practice session number 1, it's the 32 Dallas Daniels with a 2.5.684. So Shane Texter stopping on the back straightaway. I believe they told him in the riders meeting they could do a practice start on that back straightaway. They'll also bring the drags out after every time the bikes hit the racetrack, and that gives us a little bit of time for us to talk about what's going on here. And again, they're dragging the loose rocks back down towards the bottom. I love that they do that out here. This is the only pea gravel track on the circuit, and it's sad, but it's one of my favorite races.
This is my favorite race. Me and my mechanic, we were most sad about missing this one. We were really excited. We came here thinking we could probably get a good win and at least do well for sure. But so we were really disappointed not to be here, and we're here to support the race and watch.
Well, who is your mechanic?
Chase Wright. He's one of my best friends, and I kind of drug him into this. I don't have any money to pay him, so cheap labor, it's the best labor.
Cheap labor, free labor, whatever. At least he gets a front row seat to watch you racing out here. And talking about your injury, got injured at the last race last season. That was your left side, correct?
Yeah, it was left tib fib.
Okay, and then this year at I-70, got into that front straightaway wall. You got a bunch of hardware in your leg. I'm sure we'll see some pictures of that a little bit later on. But how are you doing? I mean, I know you got a walking boot on right now. You're kind of gingerly getting through the pit area. I saw you out there on a little bit of a scooter. So how's it going? How's the rehab process?
It's been long. It's been really hard, both physically and mentally. Coming off that break last year, I just got back, and I was starting to get in shape and really start feeling good. My finishes were getting better each race, and I was going for, hopefully, a good championship run. So now I broke my right talus, which is in the ankle, and it's the second slowest growing bone back. And I also broke 3 vertebrae up in my thoracic spine. So that's quite bothering me today, actually, which is weird.
The spine's hurting today more than the leg?
Yeah. The leg's been really good. I've not really had any pain since I broke it. So now my spine, that's like a year process for it to feel good again, normal.
Wow. So I checked with your mom shortly after your injury, and she said no weight on that foot and lower leg for quite a while. So when will you be able to start walking on that? I know you have that walking cast on right now, and you're wheeling around outside.
Next week, next Sunday's the day. It's been.
You should see the smile on your face right now, man.
Yeah, no, it stinks. I mean, because like it's been out of the last 8 months, I haven't been able to walk for 6 of them, pretty much. So now next Sunday, I'm counting down the days I have been. It's going to be 10 weeks next Sunday since I had surgery, and the surgery went really well. My new doctors are really happy with how the surgeons, because when you break your leg like that in a random city, you have to have surgery because they're afraid the bone might die. So you don't know who you're going to get, and you could get a doctor, but I had a really good doctor who cared. He actually called in a second surgeon to really do a good job with it, and they did an amazing job, and I haven't had any pain since day one, so I'm very lucky.
A lot of people helped you out to help get that taken care of and also get you back home. I see you have your Arizona State T-shirt on. You're going to school out there in Tempe. What are you studying?
Right now, I'm in the W.P. Carey School of Business, so my degree is going to be business administration with a minor in supply chain logistics.
So what are you going to be when you grow up?
We got 3 more years to figure that out.
I like it. I don't know what I'm going to be when I grow up either. But here's a good look at the aerial shot from our drone. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen this racetrack from an aerial shot before.
No, I think I've looked at it on Google Maps because you can't really see it from the grandstands, but coming off of turn 2 there, it's extremely tight. That fence comes up super fast, so I wanted to see that from Google Images, and you can kind of see it a little bit.
What's harder, racing Lima or a business admin class at Arizona State?
Business admin for sure. For me, at least. Yeah. Lima's my favorite race. I'm mainly bumming about this one. Like I said, I really want to be out there. It's going to be tough for me to watch, but it's fun being in the booth with you.
So a lot of riders say that this is their favorite place to race, favorite place to even just to ride. Why, Colby? Why is it?
You can really get the opportunity. This is a rider's track for sure. I mean, the harder you ride, the faster you're going to go. Like last week, it was kind of more of a one-line track where Lima, I mean, if you're down low getting roosted, you move up to the top, you square them off. You got options all over the track. So really the top rider is going to be shining. And this place also, unlike the other places, you can really show how strong you are, your physical fitness. You know, at the end of these races, if you're not strong, you're going to go backwards. So that's cool for me. I always proud myself of how I was able to be fit, especially in the later years now that I've gotten older, and I was able to take the fitness side more serious.
So you're talking about physical fitness and the roost. Did you stick anything inside your leathers? I've heard back in the day people were sticking the Speed Sport magazines inside their leathers to try to keep the roost off of them. But did you put anything inside the leathers or just man up and take it?
I manned up because at the end of the day, I'd take a photo of how roosted I was and send it out to my friends.
Yeah, it definitely pays to be up front in a racetrack like this.
Yeah, otherwise you just got to move around. You just can't sit there.
You cannot follow anybody. So your class is actually coming up next. And how about the year the 33 of Jesse Janish has been having?
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier today because I'm kind of pulling for him right now. You know, he's on a Harley-Davidson like myself, and I like Jesse. He's a good kid, and it's cool to see his story coming back. So the one thing he told me earlier is he's not looking forward to today at all. And I was like, oh, Jesse, you're a good Lima rider. He goes, no, I've only made 1 out of the last 4 main events.
Oh, wow.
I think in that one, he actually ended up crashing and going home in the ambulance.
Well, don't let that fool you, because he said he wasn't looking forward to Laconia out there, and he went out there and ran up front. So, you know, I think that's his mindset. I think he psychs himself up that way.
Yeah, no, I think he might be playing a little bit of a mind game. So that's, you know, something you got to do in this class. He's going for a championship, and any little advantage you can get, I'd take it.
Another guy you've been racing against a lot of your career, maybe a little bit older than you, is Corey Texter. It is his last season professional American flat track. He'll be coming out on the number 1 Yamaha.
Yeah, it'll be good to see Corey here. You know, he's going for the championship with Jesse, and him in a championship battle, the thing that he is so strong at is the consistency. The dude is always there on the podium, and that's what wins championships.
I called him the closer last week or the last round at Laconia, and he said he didn't like that nickname. He likes the Bear. So bikes are rolling on the racetrack. 33, Jesse Janish, the 1. We just talked about Corey Texter. 60 is Nick Armstrong. 25 is the Holly Hot Rod Ben Lau. 68, Ryan Varnes on the KTM. 109, the winner of the Laconia short track. That's Billy Ross, the 10. Johnny Lewis, the winner here last year on the Royal Enfield. The 51, Cole Zabala. 96, Cody Johncox, and the Cisco Kid, number 61. Here's your class, Colby.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to watch it right off the bat, but it's good to be good. You know, Jesse and Corey battling. It's going to be interesting to see what Corey does tonight. I don't know exactly how he does here at Lima, but I believe Jesse's going to put in that extra work.
So it looks like Corey's already dropping to the bottom line around the racetrack. Chris Carr would call that the Pee-wee line or the Rich King line, but, you know, as a rider, right now is the time to go out there and look and see what is there.
Yeah, Jesse's in the line that I'd be running for sure. Right there, bumping the cushion. It's, that's where you want to be. That's where you're going to get the most traction. Corey down low, it's a little more brushed off, a little wetter.
And these guys are racing right now. This is just practice. They're touching each other going into the first corner.
Yeah, that might have been Jesse moving down a little bit, but man, I would not be doing that in free practice. That's going to fire Jesse up just like last week with Johnny in it.
Absolutely. So they got their helmets all taped up. They tape up as much of their motorcycle that's going to get hit by that roost to save the paint, to save the metal. And they're catching up one of the back markers already. Johnny Lewis has the quickest time on the Royal Enfield, a 2:06.811. There's the 109. Billy Ross, who won last round, he got out of there late.
That was really impressive. And that's a smart move because you're not going to get roosted. Your bike's not going to get wet, muddy.
But he's also at the risk of getting passed by the leader, so he might get one less lap.
Yeah, that's a risk you got to take, but I always did that throughout my whole career. I'd like to go out last by myself and just be in my own head and really focus.
Nick Armstrong, the winner of the first round down there at Volusia on that Yamaha that him and his dad built. And there goes Ben Lau up the inside. Jesse J slipping back just a little bit. White flag is out. There's Armstrong. There's last year's winner, the 10 of Johnny Lewis on the Royal Enfield. Would you have ever thought a Royal Enfield would win in the Grand National competition?
No, I didn't. It's, it's down, I think, to half the horsepower of these bikes, but what they've done with that's amazing. And like I said, this is such a rider's track, and Johnny's probably the most aggressive guy on this track right now, so it's no surprise to me that he can do good here.
And he's rode just about every brand of motorcycle that's ever been built, and he's put them in main events every time.
Yeah, I don't know the statistic, but I do know he's done pretty much every one.
Corey Texter fastest here in this first round, first group, I should say. There's two groups, 19 total riders here in the Production Twins. Also like to point out in just a moment, Danny Eslick will be rolling out here in Production Twins. We talked to him on the pit walk. We'll see that later on today, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. So they're told they can stop and practice, do a practice start on the back straightaway.
I think Corey just going P1 right now, and him and Jesse getting kind of close together. Corey's probably setting the tone for the day. That's not quite something that I've always seen out of him, but it's a good mindset. I wouldn't be against doing that myself.
Absolutely. Someone else that's excited to be back out here at the Lima, Ohio Half-Mile National, Kristen B. Kristen's roaming around. Where are you at, Kristen?
Yeah, I'm actually on the front stretch. And Scotty, I know you guys talked about the heat earlier in the day. I've been checking in with a few of the riders, kind of seeing how they're adjusting. This is one of the warmest days that we've had so far this season, and as we're walking through the paddock, cold towels, riders hydrating, that's going to play a part in the racing today. I was talking with Nick Daniels, Dallas Daniels' dad, earlier in the day, and they were kind of describing to me that it's one thing to race a groove. You can race a groove until you run out of gas, but racing on a cushion requires a lot of physicality, and that is going to exhaust the riders quicker, so hydration is definitely going to play a part in the racing today.
I would agree 100%. Colby, the fitness definitely will be a factor, and drinking plenty of fluids. You got to start that earlier in the week. You can't just show up and start drinking water today, right?
Yeah, my mindset was always 72 hours before. You want to be 3 days before. You got to be going to the bathroom way more than normal. It's a big thing, and there's a lot of different types of drinks you can have, between Pedialyte, water, and all the other things.
Did you ever have a personal trainer, or did you just research this and start doing it on your own?
The fitness side, I had a personal trainer for. The nutrition, I kind of figured out on my own. That was something I like to do, and it's so personal to each person because your body acts weird with different foods and sugary drinks and everything that involves that.
No surprise so far. Corey Texter fastest out here in the Mission Production Twins that is sponsored by Vance and Hines class. Corey Texter at the top spot with a 2:06.769. Right behind him is that Royal Enfield number 10, Johnny Lewis, 2:06.811. And then Ben Lau on the Harley-Davidson. He's looking for a win this season. I think he's inching up there. He could possibly win this one tonight with a 2:06.835. Zabala on a Yamaha. So looks like a couple Yamahas, Royal Enfield and the Harley-Davidson, and Billy Ross in fifth right there, the kid from Michigan. They call him Billy the Kid, sitting in fifth on the 109 bike with a 2:06.881. So it's really close between the top five.
Yeah, top five, almost within 1/10 of a second. That's really exciting. I'm not sure if the track, the way it hasn't quite gotten super deep yet, so it's not separating them so much, but it's really impressive. It's going to be a good night.
Absolutely. So, again, they'll drag the racetrack, put some water on it every time the bikes go out. So there's a short little break in between. I'm thankful that Colby Carlisle made the trip down here from Canandaigua, New York, to join us up here in the booth and give us his insight. So up next will be group number 2. Some more guys you're racing against, the 42 Jeremiah tonight. Duffy will come out. Michael Hill, he's been giving me a hard time, said his nickname is the Missile. I don't know if he gave himself the nickname or not, but that's what he's been giving me a hard time. I said, well, if you run up front, I'll call you the Missile. That's a fair deal, right?
Yeah, that's a fair deal. I know he's had some troubles this year with his bikes, and even his transporters getting to the races has been kind of tough for him, so hopefully he has a good showing today.
And there's a look at the 77. That is the coal miner right there, Jordan Harris, getting some love right there. Yeah, we can see out here on the screen, Jordan Harris on the 77 bike. 34, Cameron Smith. He's also on the Yamaha. Pat Buchanan on the 71. Brandon Newman, one of your riders from up there in New York. That's from Medina, New York. It's Brandon Newman, number 90. Mitch Harvitt, Pennsylvania rider on the 22. Ryan Wells on the McGrain Racing KTM, number 94. And the 64, they call him Slick. Danny Eslick, we'll talk to him a little bit later on in the pit walk, but he's out here running production twins today.
Yeah, I made the drop down from, or change, I guess I should say, not drop down specifically, but over to the production motorcycles. That'll be good for Danny. You know, he's a really good rider, and he was on the Indian earlier in the year, so to see him on the Cowie, it'll be good to see what he can do in this class.
So he was on the McGrain Kawasaki at the short track Laconia. It wasn't quite up to speed. He's on his own personal Kawasaki. It's been at up here in Illinois, or it's been over in Ohio getting worked on a little bit. Dan Daffner was working on it, and actually said they just dusted the Springfield Mile dirt off of it and put different gearing on it. So who knows with Danny Eslick?
Yeah, that's very Danny Eslick-like. He's one of the most fun guys in the pits, and even if he doesn't have a good day racing, he's always going to have a good night, and you can always approach him and just have a great conversation.
He is one of the funniest guys I've ever met. He's from Tulsa, Oklahoma, just 100 miles from where I grew up, and I got to watch him and his brother AJ, used to be national number 16, come through the ranks, ride all kinds of different motorcycles, and sometimes that's what it takes to get to the fastest speed, the highest level in American flat track.
Yeah, the most important thing here in Lima for qualifying, not so much free practice because this is a session just to get warmed up for the day, check your bike out, but the big thing about qualifying is the only lap that really matters sometimes the first one, because that's when the track's completely fresh. They're scraping it every time out. So if you don't really attack that first lap, it gets harder and harder. So if you can put in a good lap at the end, it would have been a lot easier on lap one.
So that's some of the guys that helped out last night at the Greenville Half-Mile. And those two right there ran staging, that young man and that young girl right there. And right behind them is Jeff Hires, who also promotes races. And he does the amateur races out here at Lima.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I remember when they had that, Dallas Daniels actually grabbed the win, so he's got experience here. I don't know how many Super Twins riders were out here that day, but he did grab the win, and he had quite a commanding lead as well.
Absolutely. So getting set to go with the second group here. They come rolling onto the racetrack. Now, again, Duffy's on the 42. Michael Hill rolls out on the 47. 77, Jordan Harris. 34, Cam Smith. 71, Pat Buchanan. 90s, Newman. 22 is Harvitt. 94, Flying Ryan Wells. And the 64, Danny Eslick just gets onto the racetrack. They tell him to go out, go all the way to the high side. That way it doesn't screw up the line going into turn number one.
Yeah, it develops so many braking bumps later on in the night, so if they can avoid hurting it early on, it's just going to help us later.
And they'll get nice and spread out. I like that. You don't want to be right behind somebody, especially in practice. This is to set up for tonight. I mean, qualifying will be the next time they come out, but practice, you want to go down and have a fast lap with nobody in front of you impeding you.
Yeah, you don't want to get the roost on your bike, and you want to also avoid, almost running into each other like we saw with Corey and Jesse. That was pretty close for free practice.
So just a question right here as we look at Danny. It's like, how many tear-offs would you put on your helmet just for practice? Say just practice session. How many tear-offs would you put on your lid?
For free practice, we'd have 10 on there, and a normal race day, say at like Laconia last week, we might have 1, and that's just to protect the shield.
Wow, what a difference. How do you have time to reach up, and when do you reach up and grab a tear-off? Here.
Whenever you have to. I mean, there's been times where I've been my whole shield's black. I cannot see a single thing if I wanted to, and that was in the center of the corner, so you have to take your hands off the bars. You have to trust your instincts. It's kind of scary, but makes for a really good picture.
And you have to take your left hand off because your right hand is twisted all the way on that throttle. So you take your left hand off, grab a tear off, and let that thing fly and get back on the handlebars. Look at this. Cameron Smith, new quick lap out here in practice, 2:06.677.
Yeah, that's really cool to see. Cameron hasn't had the greatest year, the year he wanted yet, but lap 2, it's early on in the session. He's taking advantage of the fresh track right off the bat.
Well, he actually had a good run earlier this year, was disqualified once with being a little bit too light, but he's got a good season going right now. Again, he's still back here in the second group, so he's needs to get some points and start working his way towards the front of the pack. 34, knows how to ride a motorcycle.
Yeah, he does. I've done quite a bit of battling with him, and I enjoy racing with him. He's always clean, and, he's a great racer.
Super nice family. I love talking to his mom. She always gives me a great big bear hug whenever I see her in the pit area, too.
Yeah, and she's always making really good ribs.
What?
Yeah, you've never had that.
No, I have not had their ribs. Oh, my gosh. Now I know where I'm going to eat later.
Yeah, you smell it from a couple pit areas down. It gets distracting. Maybe it's a tactic.
They lock Ralph and I up in different places so we can't get down there to get all the good food.
That's more for me.
Checkered flag is out. Fastest in practice is that man right there, the 34, Cameron Smith, a 2:6.546. That is a super fast lap. Corey Texter will slide down to second. So a couple Yamahas. Got Johnny Lewis on the Royal Enfield. Ben Lau on the Harley-Davidson. Cole's the ball running out your top 5. That slides Billy Ross down to 6. Jeremiah Duffy ran strong last night at Greenville. He's up there in the 7th spot. He's listed here on a Kawasaki. And you got Ryan Wells on the McGrain Kawasaki. After Wells is Jordan Harris and Ryan Barnes on the KTM. That's the Schaefer's Motorsports KTM. Looks like the only KTM in the class is currently in the 10th spot. I know it's just practice, but it kind of sets you up for the day. So say you go out there and run practice. Let's just talk about Barnes. He's currently 10th right now. What kind of changes? What do you think they can go back and do so they can go faster?
I didn't get to see him specifically, but one thing I'm always doing here, the rougher it gets, you're going to want to soften the suspension up a little bit and start slowing it down, depending if it's bucking around. But another thing could have been just, that he's warming up for the day. This is free practice, and he just wasn't able to really conquer the first lap.
So nothing to be worried about?
No.
Just practice.
Yeah.
Practice doesn't pay nothing.
No, not at all.
Cameron Smith, quickest in practice, so that's good for his confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only thing you're going to get out of here. You can get some bike setup tips, but this place changes so much throughout the night, and it is just free practice, so you'll get the confidence. It can really hurt your confidence, though, if you're back where you don't want to be.
Nice warm day out here in Lima. You can see the grandstands starting to fill up. This place gets pretty full. There's grandstands on the back straightaway. There's the diehard fans that line up along the fence. I don't think I would stand there. You're going to get roosted, right?
Oh, yeah, it's not good. But on the way here today, I actually drove over from Illinois, and I saw people the whole way on their Harleys with helmets with stickers on them from Springfield and Lima and American Flat Track. It was really cool to see.
Did you have to stop and sign autographs?
No, not today. I was low-key. I got my windows tinted.
The Flying Tomato up here in the booth. It's a beautiful, sunny, warm day at the Allen County Fairgrounds. It is the Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. All right. Track prep is taking off right now. Again, we'll do this after every round. Let's check in one more time with Kristen Beat.
Yeah, Scotty, as we get ready for these events throughout the day, one thing that I've been noticing, the riders in the paddock seem to have a little pep in their step. They're excited to race here on the Lima Half-Mile. And I've asked them, you guys get pelted with this pea gravel. Some of you walk away with welts and bruises in years past. I've seen that. Why do you enjoy racing here? And guys, it is about being able to just open the throttle. Everyone has said you can just go wide open. It doesn't matter where you start. You can make moves on this track. So just a really a different vibe here in the paddock this weekend.
Yeah, we talked about that just a moment ago. Kristen, you're right. They love twisting the throttle, and you're wide open. Would you say like 80% of the way around the lap? I mean, I know you have to back off to get in the corner, but you grab the hammer right away, don't you?
On a 450, you never have to back off. If
Really?
you're really comfortable here and your suspension's working right. When I was here in 2017 on the Parkinson Brothers Honda, I did not lift one time all day until I was coming off the track.
And the bike made it all the way through? I mean, doesn't have to rest, doesn't have to catch its breath?
Well, that's, on the mechanics, and you got to trust your equipment. It's really important to have a good equipment, but that was how I was able to go so fast that day and feel so comfortable.
There's some of the fans line up along the fence, and Smoking Joe Kopp is over there. Your 2000 Grand National champion. He's got the latest Motors Racing shirt on. He still helps out the 37 of Bronson Bauman. And, of course, his son will lead out the next group. That's Hot Rod. Cody Kopp will come out next. So, again, stopping by and seeing the fans. They're right up against the fence, right on the other side of the air fence. There's a regular fence, and then you got spectators just right there. They love it.
Yeah, they do love it. I've seen people with grinding shields on standing up against it. And there is a group, the later on in the night, they've had a few adult beverages, and they're not worried about the roost at all.
And they get rocks in their adult beverages. I watch them. They just keep drinking it.
Oh, yeah, not worried at all.
They don't care. Little.
I think it excites them, actually.
Nutrition.
Yeah.
So after a while, when you leave the booth out here, where is Colby Carlisle going to go watch from? Where would you suggest is a good place to watch from? I know the grandstands always get full on the front and the back. You got the spectators in the corners, but where's someone like you going to take this in?
Right now, I'm just going to take it in wherever I can get my scooter to go. But normally, I want to go up in the. There's a staging right up to the right of the grandstands. I like to stand up there. It's a good platform. I'm safe from the roost, and it's a great vantage point.
They enter and exit the racetrack right at the end of the front straightaway. That's where they'll take a cool down lap. They'll pull off at the same place they go onto the racetrack. So. We're taking a look at this beautiful half-mile here. It's the Allen County Fairgrounds. We'll take a look from up above. This is from the drone going. Looks like turn number 1 right here. So, Colby, this is, a little bit higher than you'll be on your motorcycle, but look at this track. I mean, they've drug some of the heavy, deep stuff off here. We're coming on now into turn number 2.
It's getting me excited just watching it. I love this track so much.
What are you doing with your right hand over here? You're twisting it. Are you trying to tuck in? Or you slide your weight to the back? What are you doing right here?
Right here, I'm leaning back a little bit, making sure I can get turned, because like I said, turn 2 coming off, it gets super tight with that fence. Right now, I really don't tuck down here. It's just too fast, and there's so much going on. I don't want to move my body around too much. I want to make sure I'm in the right position coming into turn 3.
The drone driver's going a little bit too low. That might have been the line Corey Texter took, drifting up a little bit. You had to went in a little bit higher, right? Take the higher line going into the corner?
Yeah, the only reason I'd be down there is lap 1. If you don't get a good start, you can come in low and kind of cut across to everyone, and that allows you to kind of disrupt the whole flow of the first lap, and you can move up.
They're coming off of turn number 4 back here onto the front straightaway. You can see the cones were out there earlier when they were marking these starting lines. Look at all these lines you got right here. And that is a lap around the Allen County Fairgrounds. The bikes are firing up. I can hear them from where I'm at. Up next is your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, sponsored by Kicker. The 12 bike will lead them out. Cody Kopp, he is on fire this year. Morgan Mitchell will be on the 13. 79 Dalton Gauthier. 48 Trent Lowe. 21 Trevor Bruner. 106 is Chase Sadoff. The 26 is Aiden Roos-Evans, who's turning his program around a little bit. And the 54 on the First Impressions Honda, it's Michael Enderbitson. Here comes one of the most exciting classes, your AFT Singles.
Right now, I fully expect the top runners to not let off once around this racetrack, especially in the first lap right here. They want to take advantage of the fresh track, so there's no way I imagine Cody Kopp's letting off the gas right here.
How fun is that?
Oh, it's really good because it means your suspension's working perfectly and it's just, you're smiling.
Look at him dropping to the bottom of the racetrack. I would have expected him a little bit higher than that, but it's only the first lap, so we'll see him hunt around, look for the fastest way around. And one thing I like telling everybody too is there's no communication with your spot. There's no spotter. You don't have communication with your mechanic. It's you and that motorcycle right now.
Yeah, the only thing you can really see out here is where the cushion's developing. Then you know where everyone else is riding. One thing I'm trying to see is if these guys are going to be shifting today. You know, they've really come to that in the last few years since I moved out of this class.
Yeah, absolutely. So they have been shifting a lot more than they used to. They used to never shift motorcycles in flat track. You put it in your going home gear, whatever you got set up for, third, fourth. You know, if you have a fifth gear, sometimes you go with that. But you try to get the more one-to-one direct ratio on your motorcycle. That's what you gear it for. But yeah, I can't see if anybody shifted just yet. We'll watch the 13. It looks like he just downshifted to go in the corner. That will help him slow down. It keeps the RPMs up, and then it's easier to come off the corner.
Yep, it really keeps that engine revved up, and that allows them to get off better. I was never good at it. I was right in the transition era from, I think it was about 2017 when they really started shifting. I couldn't do it. I had to keep one gear, but luckily my bike was fast enough to pull one gear.
So I was just told from the truck that Mishler has the Iceman's helmet on from Top Gun right there, so that's what he's wearing. He's got some company right behind him, so these guys getting creative with their paint jobs.
Yeah, that's cool. Hopefully he's got a good mustache under that thing.
That's the trend right now in the pits.
I just want to say it, though. Me and my mechanic started that last November. You know, me and Chase had these things growing all winter for this comeback tour, so I'm going to take credit for it. It's not Top Gun.
Okay, it's not Top Gun. Well, they said that the Turner Hondas, all three of them, Ralph Shaheen just told me, you know, through sign language, all three of them are running different helmets from the Top Gun Maverick movie. Yep, Maverick, Rooster, and the Iceman. So that's creative. I mean, why not have some fun with it?
Yeah, it's really cool. Good marketing. I've done some things like that before. It's really cool, and the movie's amazing.
I have not got to see it yet. I'm not a real big movie guy, and it's hard for me just to sit still for that long. But there's a look at the 79 Gauthier. He's got one of the helmets on. Looks like Cody Kopp fastest here in this first round of practice, but that might not hold up because there are three groups. They're going to stop on that back straightaway, do a little practice start. They said when that flashing yellow light is on the back straightaway, we talked to the head of competition earlier today, and they're allowed to do that just in this first round of practice and possibly in the first round of qualifying. I also like to say hello and happy birthday going out to Mia. That's Mia and Chu. They are the pride of Ohio. They love pea gravel racing. And Mia, they do take pictures around the circuit, and they love some flat track motorcycles. So happy birthday going out to Mia today, right here at the Ohio National. Always the last Saturday in June. We're racing here in Lima. Today it's the Mission Lima Half-Mile that is sponsored by Drag Specialties. So that's a mouthful right there, but you need to stop by. There's a t-shirt booth at the end of the grandstands. We take a look at the times from practice. Ralph and I already went over there, got a shirt from Jared Meese's stand. There's also the American Flat Track Progressive Marketplaces down there in the pits, but you can get the legends who have won here at this racetrack. It is a pretty cool shirt.
Yeah, I've seen a few riders with it. I've seen some pictures on Jared's thing, and I really like it. I'll probably have to grab them.
You better hurry, because they're going fast. I know your little scooters out there, but I don't know if they can get over there before they're all gone.
I would have bought one already if I was on it. I guess I needed to be a little faster last year.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's just for the premier class only riders, but, I mean, it goes all the way back to the first time we raced here at Lima.
And I noticed Cody Kopp was able to grab that fast lap on the second lap, and, the last 2 laps were 2/10 off, so it is keeping that trend up today.
All right, so 2:05.849. We're here at the Allen County Fairgrounds for the Mission Lima Half-Mile. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, group number 2, first round of practice. It's your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles right here in Lima.
Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of cc's circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Rev those taste buds with fast and easy-to-create recipes that are Winner's Circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
The darkness is full of demons, hazy creatures who lurk in the shadows, prowling under the cloak of dusk. But we're not demons. We're beasts.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Al Lamb's Dallas Honda is proud to sponsor the Al Lamb's Dallas Honda Singles Challenge. It's a winner-take-all, $2,500 dash for cash. Enjoy the fastest and richest 4 laps in AFT singles racing. Al Lamb's Dallas Honda, dallashonda.com.
The 2022 season will see new challenges for Royal Enfield. More racing, more racers, and more energy than ever before. For the first time ever, the Moto Anatomy powered by Royal Enfield team will participate in the full calendar, including the miles and build train race grid expanding to 15 riders and 7 races. More action than ever before. SENA is proud to be the official motorcycle communication system of Progressive American Flat Track. Ride connected with industry-leading mesh and Bluetooth communication systems, plus sound by Harman Kardon speakers and microphone. Head over to the marketplace to demo one of SENA's premium motorcycle communication systems today.
Tom Duma Fine Jewelers is proud to be the official jeweler for our 8th year to Progressive American Flat Track, providing championship rings for each class in 2021. TDFJ wants to be your jeweler. Check us out online for all your jewelry needs, from engagement rings to fashion jewelry to watches, in all price points to fit everyone's budget. Shop like a pro. Shop TDFJ.com.
And welcome to Amish countryside out here. We're in Ohio. It's the Ohio National, also known as the Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. I'm Scotty Dubler, the voice of American Flat Track. In the booth with me is the Flying Tomato himself, number 36 in your program, Colby Carlisle. Colby, we're having some fun out here. We've made it just about through our first round of practice. There's 2 groups left here in the singles. What do you think so far, being up here in the booth?
I'm liking it. You know, you always got to grow in life, and a good way to do that's get out of your comfort zone. So for me to get here in the booth and be able to talk to you all, and I enjoy watching flat track more than anything, so it's pretty cool.
Are you nervous?
I still am.
So there's a legend sitting beside you on the other side. Right?
Yeah, I can't compete with Ralph.
You can't talk about Ralph right now. So we just saw one of the Royal Enfield commercials. There's the Royal Enfield sign right there. Like, say hello to Bree and Adrian watching from the UK right now on fanschoice.tv. So hello to the Royal Enfield folks watching over the pond. Got a lot of fans out here checking out the races. They're watching on fanschoice.tv. And you can watch all of the action on Fox Sports 1 about a week after each event. Getting set to go. Bikes are rolling on. Here comes group number 2. One of the riders battling for the Rookie of the Year is the 113 Gage Smith from Tulsa, Oklahoma. 99 Kevin Stallings. 19 is James Ott. 24 Showtime Hunter Bauer. 82 Travis Petton. 80 is Brandon Kitchen. 63 is the Jet Jared Lowe. And the 55 Tyler Raggio. Tyler's been giving me a hard time. He says, I need to give him a nickname. You got anything for me for Tyler Raggio? I mean, I need some help here.
No, I'm bad. I had to give him my nickname.
The Big Ragu. That's what they said from the truck. I don't know. He's not very big.
No, he's very small, which is good shape, good size for flat track.
The little ragu.
Yeah, okay.
Little pasta. And we can go with something like that, or that's reaching really far right there. There's the 99 right there, the Freak of Nature. That thing is still kind of sticking around for Kevin Stallings. You heard that one, right? Before?
I have heard that one. I don't know where he got it from, but he's going good today. You know, he's a good Lima rider. He likes the loose track.
So the story on the Freak of Nature, he used to ride a racetrack called Mid-America in Indianapolis, and when he was a little guy on like riding little bikes, he was beating some of the pros out there, and the announcer down there started calling him the Freak of Nature, so it's kind of stuck with him. There's Showtime Hunter Bauer, the 24. He took the 2 wins last weekend up in Welland, Ontario, Canada, as the Canadian Flat Track Series just got going, and an off week with American Flat Track. He went up there and won a couple of races. That's got to be good for your confidence. It doesn't matter if it's an AFT race, but you'll bring that confidence right here to Lima.
Yeah, for sure. And I expect big things out of Hunter today. You know, he's from Canada. Canadians are typically really good cushion riders. You know, there's some Canadians that would just come down here for this race specifically, and I know Hunter's good at cushions.
Absolutely. He knows how to get around the cushions. He's got company, though, as he's going by the 99 Kevin Stallings down the backstretch. That's the NKR Canada team, and that team owner is actually a female. It's the only team owner that is a female out here in our sport. That's pretty cool, too.
That is cool, and I know her, and she's a really nice lady.
Yeah, Nikki is awesome. She's from the west side of Canada, up there on the west coast as the white flag comes out. Here comes another rider in hot pursuits, the black leathers. The man in black's the 80. That's Brandon Kitchen. He's out there on the Husqvarna. He's got help from Vance and Hines. So going on the back straightaway, they're all chasing the 113, but Gage Smith is way back in 14, so he's led every lap of this, but that doesn't mean you're the fastest.
That's so frustrating, too. You know, you feel really good, and you're so far out, and you're going to look back and see the gap, but then you come off and, you know, sometimes your mechanic's not saying good things to you. He's not telling you what place you're in, so it just, that's disappointing, but he'll be able to bounce back for sure.
All right, so the checkered flag comes out. Got a text message on that nickname, Rototiller Raggio. I don't know. That's a mouthful right there. Wait. We got a veto from the truck. The producer says absolutely no. So here comes the 113. Going to do a little practice start on this back straightaway. How important is a practice start as we look at the guy we're trying to give a nickname to? That's Raggio on the First Impressions Honda. But how important? We've talked about it. You want to be out front, so that means the start is super important.
Yeah, it's easier to start on cushion, in my opinion. You know, you can sit back a lot more. You're able to just completely dump the clutch, where on clay, you have to slip it out a lot. Gage Smith, you know, being back there, one thing that's different for him is he's never raced here, I don't believe. And Lima's completely different than any other cushion half-mile. You can't replicate this anywhere else. The deepness of the cushion's very different.
Well, especially growing up in Oklahoma, we have no cushions out there. It's all hard-packed clay, usually car tracks. There's no cushions to practice on. I know he went and rode Greenville last night and, finished second in one of the races. But like you said, it's hard to take that knowledge from last night into today. It's just, getting used to sliding and getting used to some of the roost possibly.
Yeah, Greenville would be more like if you're riding right around the bottom here where it's more brushed off. There's just not quite as much cushion. It's so deep here at Lima where you want to be bumping right up against it. And if you're too far, then you're going to get bucked up and you're going to be too far and through up by the fence.
All right, get another quick commercial break taken care of. Cody Kopp, fastest out here in our first round of practice with a 2.5.849. When we come back, group number 3, your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, presented by Kicker. We'll be right back to Lima.
Klotz Synthetic Lubricants is proud to be the official lubricant of American Flat Track. Family owned and made in America since 1959. Klotz has built its reputation by answering the call of racers and performance enthusiasts who won't settle for anything less than superior synthetic lubricants. Racers and performance buffs around the world rely on Klotz to get them to the checkered flag. Order today at klotzlube.com. Tired of replacing your battery every year? It's time to buy the world's best lithium battery, the Pulse IPT, with up to 1,200 cranking amps and unmatched reliability. There's no better battery for your bike. Visit Full Spectrum Power in the Paddock today or on Instagram, Facebook, and the web. Start something. Power everything.
SolarFit, America's solar team, is a proud sponsor of American Flat Track Racing. Get your complimentary solar analysis today at AmericanFlatTrack.com/SolarFit and let the sun power your home or business for free.
KTM, ready to race.
Al Lamb's Dallas Honda is proud to sponsor the Al Lamb's Dallas Honda Singles Challenge. It's a winner-take-all $2,500 dash for cash. Enjoy the fastest and richest 4 laps in AFT singles racing. Al Lamb's Dallas Honda, dallashonda.com. And welcome back to small town of Lima, Ohio. It's a big town when we got motorcycle racing here. Last Saturday in June, we're always here in Lima. It's been that way your whole life, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every year you come here, the fence is completely packed. The hotels are sold out. It's great.
Absolutely. So look at the downtown area. I heard Brad and had a good story. Our producer, Brad, had some good stories about downtown. He told us yesterday when we're sitting right here in this spot, Ralph. Ralph Shaheen will be alongside here in a little bit. Ralph, can't wait to get his opinion on what's going on out here today. Prep of the racetrack, they'll do it after every time the bikes go out. We got one more round here. They come. This is group number 3 of your AFT singles. 119 Logan McGrain. The 110 is Damon Ream. 49 Chad Coast. 91 Justin Jones. 56 is Jordan Jean. He's doing out of the factory U-Haul van. I don't know if you saw that in the pit area. 57 is Ian Wolf. 359 is Drain. And that is the Australian rider making his debut, his AFT debut. And the 53 is Blake Steinwagner from Illinois. And that's Drain right there in the green leathers. We'll see him in just a moment. He'll start getting up to speed. But that's Tom Drain. I should be corrected. I said a different Drain earlier. His little brother was racing yesterday, but Tom Drain will be coming out here on the Waters Auto Body KT. Watch out! What happened there to the 119?
Yeah, he hit that cushion a little bit in probably a slick spot. Wow, yeah, like I said, turn 2's really tight coming off, and that error he made that allowed him to get up next to him, and he forced the issue right there.
So I remember the past 2, there's like a crossing gate right there. Sometimes there's a bump coming out of turn number 2 where vehicles would go actually across. Does it dip down or does it go up and over?
I believe it dips down.
There's the number 359. Again, the 3-digit number with a 3 is your foreign riders, and he is from Australia. He's 16 years young. I saw him last week up at Brad Baker's race at Mount Pleasant, Michigan. He got some seat time on the Waters Auto Body KTM, and he's out here at the back of the pack, but I expect his time to be fast. He's 4th quick.
Yeah, Australians typically are really good on cushion out. It's really impressive for him to just come over here and Lima first time, be able to put it up to 4th.
You think he'll get any faster? That was his first lap.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, he hasn't gotten comfortable here yet. That's a different bike. They use bigger wheels there. It's going to be a good night for him.
359 on the screen. That is Tom Drain from Australia. We'll take a look back at the replay from just a moment ago. It looked like it started in the corner. No, that's a different bike right here. Watch, so Logan McGrain's on the right side. One rider's way up high. There's McGrain getting it sideways. There you can see using the body English right there and you know, trying to get the traction to the rear tire coming off the corners. The white flag comes out for Tom Drain. The 359 throwing it sideways. Look how he's a little bitty guy. Is that an advantage here? I would think it would help a little bit.
Yeah, it helps you cut across the bumps. But one thing I really noticed was Tom right there was he's coming in right on the edge of the cushion. He's cutting down coming off, so he's not hitting the deep stuff coming off, allowing his motor to just keep going. He moves up there a little bit, checking it out.
You got to use it right now. Use your practice session to check out the entire racetrack, but impressive in the first round of practice. Tom Drain, the Australian right there, the 359 at the back of the pack, jumps all the way to 4th place in our first round, only round of free practice for these Parts Unlimited AFT singles, and that is sponsored by Kicker Performance Audio. So they'll stop on the back straightaways everybody else is doing right in front of them, do a little practice start. Again, 3-digit numbers are usually for the first year, maybe second-year pros that haven't made a main event, so they will hopefully have a 2-digit number the next year.
Yeah, I really like Tom, how his bike looked right there. The front wheels came perfectly in line with the rear wheel on entrance, so that allows him to put the bike exactly where he wants going through the corner and off it. That bike looked really good. I'd be super happy with that.
Is that because of Waters has the bike set up because they've been here time in and time out and they've got the notes to set that bike up, or is it just the way he's riding the bike?
He's not letting off at all. I noticed that his elbow's not moving. He might have a good body position coming into the corner, but man, he really looked good.
Tom Drain, the Australian rider, up to 4th. Right now it's Cody Kopp, fastest in practice, the only rider in the 25-second range right here at the 25.849. Nice mullet right there, Colby. I mean, I think you got to try that with that red hair.
That looks good. In a few years, when he gets that mustache on there, it's going to be really nice.
Dalton Gauthier sitting second with a 26.094. The Broiler, Brandon Kitchen with third, 26.120. Tom Drain, the Australian, back here in 4th. Morgan Mishler and his teammate Chase Sadoff back here in 5th and 6th. That's just outside in the barns over here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Mission Super Twins practice round number 2 up next.
Something about your hands on the wheel, got a sexy touch. It's enough to make me and my Chevy blush. So long. Take it off with that highway. Turn me on, not let you drive, babe. You can take it fast as you want to. Girl, little Betty looks damn good on you. Start me up, Stones on the radio. Girl, I love it when you let go. Don't waste your way in the wrong way. Get off on some 4x4 play.
Parts Unlimited, the people behind We Support the Sport, welcome you to this high-action event. We are proud to join with race fans everywhere in working to ensure that our sport gets bigger and more exciting each season. And you too can support the sport by visiting your local dealer who stocks products from Parts Unlimited. They've got the very best in high-performance parts and accessories and the best support network in the business. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport.
Progressive insures over 5 million boats, motorcycles, and RVs throughout America. Get a quote in under 4 minutes at AmericanFlatTrack.com/progressive to see how much you could save.
Brought to you by Yamaha and its best-in-class lineup of power sports vehicles. For more information on how you too can experience the pinnacle of performance both on and off-road, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Mobile View has been providing state-of-the-art LED video screens to sporting and special events throughout the U.S. and Canada since 1999. We use our vast experience of thousands of events to help guide the process of finding the right size screen to help make your event a memorable experience for your fans and sponsors. With over 300 World Championship titles, for 44 years, Öhlins advanced suspension technology has been providing the pinnacle of suspension for all areas of motorsports. For road or track, dirt or asphalt, when you choose Öhlins products to elevate your performance, you get Öhlins USA support and service to keep fueling your passion for excellence.
S&S Cycle was born from a passion for racing and has spent over 60 years building high performance for the power sports market. All the while, racing has remained at our core, from the Bonneville Salt Flats to championships in Progressive American Flat Track. S&S is the go-to for high performance on and off the racetrack. Memphis Shades brings you a whole new level of style when it comes to motorcycle windshields and fairings. The quality, style, and selection set these products apart from the pack. Memphis Shades designs and builds all windshields, fairings, and hardware in-house. Raw materials in, finished goods out. Made in Memphis. Style that works.
Dunlop is the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. We make tires in America for racing and street racing, such as our creditworthy Progressive American Flat Track spec racing tire, the DT4, and the DT3, which is now the street-legal K180. Learn more about Dunlop tires at DunlopMotorcycleTires.com.
Race fans, VP Racing Fuels offers a full line of power sports fuels, lubricants, coolants, and appearance products for track and street. From pro racers to weekend warriors, we help riders make more power. Ask your local power sports dealer.
From the flat track, to the strip, to the street, it's ARP fasteners for your bike. If it's for show or for go, ARP makes the highest quality and most dependable fasteners with strength for performance and good looks. The speed demons of American flat track racing trust ARP for maximum clamping force that leads to victory lane. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com, no matter what you drive.
And welcome back. Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. I'm Scotty Dillber up here in the booth. With me is the Flying Tomato, number 36, Colby Carlisle. Colby, I know you're hanging out until probably qualifying is just about done. We've got a great day going on so far, and you're doing a great job.
Yeah, it's really fun to be in here. You know, I'm hoping not to struggle too much with the announcing. Maybe one day I could be as good at this as I am as good as I think I am at racing.
I got you. So we've talked about your injury a little bit. Hopefully we'll have some pictures a little bit later on, but just kind of hobbling around a little bit. You said today your neck and spine's bothering you, but we talked a little bit off air. The airbag suit, the helmets, the technology is definitely doing wonders to help you riders.
For sure. And American Flat Track implemented that airbag suit first for Super Twins, but now it's mandatory across the board. And if I didn't have that in Missouri when I crashed, I can't imagine how hurt I would be, because I broke my back with it, but I didn't break it too bad. So I'm grateful for that. And not only that, but the Arai helmet, because I hit the wall head first and I had no concussion. I'm just so grateful.
Yeah, it's amazing. I like the airbag suit. I do also like that they're using mouthpieces. Did you enjoy it? I mean, did that help you out? I mean, did the mouthpiece affect you at all, you think?
Well, I didn't wreck my smile, so I'm glad about that.
All right. So working our way through, we're going to look at this nasty crash. I don't know how many times you've watched it, but here it comes. We'll watch. So 51 Zabala goes buck wild up and over first, but then watch what happens next. In the background, Zabala hits the wall a ton, but then this guy right here beside me head first in that guardrail.
It still makes me squirm a little bit.
You got goosebumps over here, man.
Yeah, I don't like watching it too much, but I'll show my friends.
You have seen it a few times?
Too many.
Do you remember every second of it?
No, I don't remember it at all. Luckily,
Good.
I did get knocked out. Or I don't think I got knocked out because I moved immediately, but I did black out. My memory, I don't think it wanted me to remember that, which I'm grateful for.
That's
I can't
good.
imagine living through that.
Absolutely. So the airbag suit, you said, did wonders, and your spinal cord could have been hurt worse. Your noggin, you had the best helmet on. What helmet did you have?
An Arai helmet,
There you
which
go.
That was amazing. Best choice I could have.
Absolutely. Uh-oh. Got... So the question from the truck to Colby is the safety improvements from when you started racing until now, how much has that improved?
I couldn't imagine going back to what I started with when I was younger. I'd get really cheap set of leathers. I think it cost me $250 at the time. Protection was super limited, nothing for my knees, no airbag at all. I had a good helmet from always, and I always wore good gloves, which helped me. You know, they went to the airbag suit, and I got one in 2018 because I was on the Estenson team, and I got Dainese, so we were really early on the airbag deal. I know it was kind of tough because it's a more expensive item to have, but it's absolutely priceless when something like that happens.
Yeah, my dad always told me if you have a 10-cent head, you wear a 10-cent helmet. So spend the extra money on the safety equipment. I'm talking to you amateurs. I'm talking to pros, everybody. If you're out here racing, risking your life, spend some extra money on that safety equipment.
Yeah, and you never think about it. You never think of what could happen. You only think of sometimes, the price of it, and it's tough to get. But my parents own a helmet store, so from day one, I've always been able to get a really good helmet.
And always running the Arai, or most of your career you ran Arai. I know we went all the way out to Castle Rocks, hung out that one time, and you broke your collarbone early on that day, too. I mean, you've had a few injuries in this sport, but you keep coming back. You love it.
Yeah, I did the math a couple of weeks ago because I'm really trying to figure out my future, and I've gotten hurt seriously every year since 2018 now.
Wow. That's a lot.
It's
you
too
keep
much.
coming back. How is your motorcycle? It looked like it was garbage to me as the Super Twins roll onto the racetrack. Have you even looked at the motorcycle? We started working on it.
My mechanic took pictures of it. I didn't look at it from when I got out of the hospital. My mechanic took pictures, and now I'm about $17,000 in debt trying to fix it.
Wow. So they are trying to fix that bike for you as the Super Twins roll onto the racetrack. There's another Harley-Davidson right here. That's what you were riding, XG750. A little bit different than this one, but you were in the Production Twins. This is the Super Twins Bronson on the latest Motors Racing Harley. What are some of the differences, do you think, on your Harley compared to that one?
One difference that I know for sure is Bronson's bike does have a race head that we're not allowed to use in Production Twins. That's a dual overhead cam. That does help the power quite a bit. Another big difference is he has those downpipe exhausts.
So you have to run the upswept pipe? Is that what you're saying?
I just do for contingency reasons with Vance and Hines.
Okay, so if you win running that pipe that you're running, you get extra money from Vance and Hines, who's a sponsor of our sport.
Yeah, for sure. And I was trying to fund my whole program. I had help from Las Vegas Harley-Davidson, which was amazing, but every dollar counts. So that contingency, I believe it's $500 for a race win.
That's worth it right there.
Oh, absolutely. And the Vance and Hines bike is amazing. They sell me the bike so it runs perfectly, and I wouldn't want to change it.
We're keeping an eye on this 37, and that's because he's second fastest here in this second round of practice. Only the Super Twins get 2 rounds of practice. Robinson, there he is. The tall drink of water from Pennsylvania. Taking him down the back straightaway. Now he's on the front straightaway. My bad right there. The 44 has got the quickest lap. It's just as I say that, the 32 of Dallas Daniels takes over the top spot. Look how high the 44 is running.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see the cushion is getting a little bit deeper. It's starting to become more of a normal alignment, but it's really impressive to see Dallas go immediately to the front here.
Yeah, Robinson was the winner out here back in 2016. There's a look at 95. J.D. Vici won Laconia, and Briar Bauman coming to the white flag. You can see Briar take a look down. Right behind him is the 44. There's Dallas Daniels catching up to the number 1, the promoter of this race, the Jammer Jared Meeson, current points leader.
Yeah, if I want to follow anyone here, I mean, I don't want to follow someone, but Jared Meeson would be a good one. He's won here a lot. He's really good here, and he's going right by him right now.
And he's got company up the inside. 32 making the pass to the checkered flag. That might be a preview of what we're going to see later.
That Yamaha's looking really good right now, and Dallas is looking feisty.
All right, so I'm going to throw it out here. You're in the sport. You're deep in the sport. The rules change. Helping the Harley, helping the Yamaha. The Indian guys are a little, maybe not happy with what's going on. What are your thoughts right now? I mean, I know you're not in that class, but what do you think?
Oh, I've struggled for the past few years, so I've been on the brunt end of that, on the Yamaha. It just we tried everything, and the team worked so hard, but we weren't able to get to the front. You know, I rode here at Lima last year. I was able to get a 5th, and I had to do everything I could do to be able to get up to that. And this is actually one of the tracks that the Yamaha was stronger on.
So we got Yamaha on the top spot, 2.5.740. That was their second round of practice. Again, only the Super Twins get 2 rounds of practice. Look at this, Davis Fisher. He's backing up what he did a couple of weeks ago at the Red Mile. Brandon Robinson sitting second. So Yamaha, a couple of Indians. And you got Bronson sitting 4th on the Harley-Davidson. Meese rounds out your top 5. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll start qualifying right here at the Ohio National. Mission Production Twins, sponsored by Benson Hines, up next.
Drag Specialties, a major sponsor of today's action, welcomes Lima race fans. At Drag Specialties, our commitment to riding is a way of life. That's why we want to remind you that when you're ready to tackle maintenance or add performance and style to your ride, make your first stop a local dealer who stocks products from Drag Specialties. Drag Specialties. Enjoy the races. When you need the best in protection and performance for whatever you ride or drive, you need Liqui-Moly oils and additives. Be sure to stop by their display in the vending area for more info about Liqui-Moly, the official oil of the Lima Half-Mile.
From the flat track to the strip to the street, it's ARP fasteners for your bike. If it's for show or for go, ARP makes the highest quality and most dependable fasteners with strength for performance and good looks. The speed demons of American flat track racing trust ARP for maximum clamping force that leads to victory lane. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com, no matter what you drive.
Falken Tires is proud to be the official light truck tire of Progressive American Flat Track. Choosing the right tire for your truck or SUV is critical. And Falken has you covered, offering highway terrains to all terrains through torture-tested mud terrains. For more information on Falken's full line of Wild Peak products, please visit us at www.falkentire.com. Kicker Performance Audio is the official sound system of American Flat Track. Kicker's fully stocked line of products includes speakers, amplifiers, and subwoofers for your car and truck stereo systems, as well as those for your boat, side-by-side, and touring motorcycle. Kicker also makes Bluetooth outdoor speakers, over-ear headphones, and earbuds to pair with your favorite mobile device. To learn more or find a dealer, visit kicker.com.
Rev up those taste buds with Mission Foods, a proud sponsor of AFT Super Twins Racing. Mission Foods has you covered with race day recipes that are too fast, too tasty. So grab your favorite Mission products, sit back, and enjoy America's original extreme sport.
The way this racetrack has turned out, AJ, is incredible. They can run high, low, middle, anywhere they want. We're talking 8 riders in contention for this right now. The track. Briar Bauman wins 2 years in a row here at Williamsburg.
Motion Pro is proud to provide you with innovative tools that help you maintain and repair your motorcycle, ATV, and UTV. Check into your local dealer to see their broad line of products used by professional racers and first-time riders alike, or visit their website at motionpro.com.
Seen multiple lines, draft passing, should be really exciting, so here we go. Oh, this is spectacular. Here in front of a huge crowd in a key race.
Hey, Central New York race fans. Progressive American Flat Track is back for an epic event at Weedsport Speedway in Weedsport, New York on Saturday, July 2nd. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
We're up here in the booth talking about nicknames. The Flying Tomato, one of my favorite nicknames out there, and Colby Carlisle. That nickname came from a Steve Nace race at the Devil's Bowl Speedway, if I'm not mistaken.
Peoria Speedway.
Was it really?
Yep.
I thought it was an adult beverage was involved at the Devil's Bowl. I don't know why I was thinking that.
No, it was many adult beverages, but it was in Peoria Speedway. It was actually after my first All-Star win ever. I remember it was my first professional kind of win. I made $570 that night, and I will never forget. I thought I was rich.
You thought you were rich right there, exactly. So that's a pretty good paycheck for an up-and-comer, right? Just getting going.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It helped me a lot.
That was your first pro win. What bike were you riding?
I was on a Kawasaki at that point.
A single?
Yep, 450.
36B?
Yeah, 36B.
All right. That's old school.
Mm-hmm. Long hair, looking like a really young kid.
Yeah, the Flying Tomato. So a guy from the grandstands actually hollered that at you. There's Brent Armbruster on the left. And number 71, that is Pat Buchanan right there on the right side. He's got Smith Racing, which is Brian Smith's dad, actually. Smith Racing on his leather scooters, bar and grill. He'll be out here in just a little bit. He's riding Harleys earlier in this season as the bikes are firing up. Production Twins, sponsored by Vance & Hines, rolls onto the racetrack here real soon. 33, Janish is your points leader by just 2 points over number 1, Corey Texter. 60s, Nick Armstrong. 25 is Ben Lau. 68, Ryan Varnes, third generation flat tracker. 109, Billy Ross. 10, Johnny Lewis. 51, Cole Zabala. 96 is Cody Johncox, another New York rider. And the 61 on the Raffle Racing. Today he's listed here on a Harley, but I saw him in the pit area. He's on a Kawasaki, so Casey Sisko's on that 61. Look at these two. They're going at it again.
Oh, yeah, right back at it. And I bet Jesse's going to be fired up. You know, he probably didn't like that move a little bit. They got close, especially in free practice.
Well, why would you go out here and do this? Are you just are they pushing each other, or is it just now you got to be faster?
I'm guessing mind games. Corey wants to get out front and get clean track. They both do, but they're 1 and 2 in the points, so could be a little bit of mind games.
You know, Corey right there coming off the corner almost looks like he's almost standing up, just pushing as hard as he can to get that weight over that rear wheel.
Yeah, Corey, right now he's on a different chassis than normal, too. Usually he rides the C&J chassis that G&G's had for years, but right now he's on a linkage chassis.
Which I believe that's his own personal bike, right?
Yep, that is his personal bike. He tried it once at Laconia last week. It didn't work out. He didn't like it yet. It wasn't quite dialed in, so now he's back on it.
All right. Tommy Duma, TDFJ, tuning in, says Colby is killing it today.
I'm trying my best.
There you go. Out front, 33, Jesse Janish. He's got the quickest lap so far, only 1 lap in the books, a 2:06.162. That is a half a second faster than they were in practice.
A big thing here, like between Jesse and Corey, is if Jesse can pull away from Corey right now, that is going to set something in Corey's mind for the rest of the day. So I'm guessing Corey is trying to do the same thing. But third place, Ben Lau pulls a little wheelie off the corner there. He's back on the Harley-Davidson. I believe he was on the Yamaha last week. He made that team change halfway through the year.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird move. Didn't quite understand all of the ins and outs of it, and that's none of my business how you go from different bikes to different rides and stuff like that. But, you know, Mikey Rush rode that bike at the Lexington Red Mile, looked pretty good, and now Ben's on, looks like a Harley this time, and he was riding his Yamaha the last round. So switching bikes, how hard is it to go from a Harley to a Yamaha in the same season?
It's tough. It's completely different. The chassis are quite a bit different. Corey got by Jesse there. He's pulled away a little bit. Jesse kind of went high, and that's one thing that happens. You know, when you blow over that cushion, it gets so deep out there, it ties the engine down, and you lose quite a bit of time.
You still have Jesse Janish at the top spot, 2:06.162. I believe that was the first lap out there when that track is prima.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of that, especially now in qualifying. It's time to go for it.
Checkered flag is out. We're taking a look at the Jesse Janish number 33. You can see they got a bunch of tape on these motorcycles to protect as much of it as you can. How far do you have to tear these bikes down when you leave here to get all this, you know, pea gravel and roost off of those motorcycles?
It's not a fun day for the mechanics. You got to tape them up, and that's a long process. And then when you're out there, the pea gravel wrecks the tape, so then it's just peeling off a million little pieces. But it does wreck your bike, so I'm definitely not mad that I'm not racing my Las Vegas.
So you got to take a lot of Goo Gone and everything to get that sticky stuff off, the duct tape, all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's miserable.
Some people put a little WD-40 on there so hopefully that stuff blows off.
But you know how you fix it.
Be out front.
Yeah, you lead.
I knew you were going to say that.
If you showed up here with no duct tape on, that might set the tone for the day. Let the guys know.
Yeah, say I'm going to be out front. Follow me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. You see Raymond Rizzo right there. We're in the findingthefinish.org. This is his trailer where our booth is set up today. Raymond Rizzo, thank you for letting us use your facilities here today. His motorhome's right in front of us. He is the racing chaplain. He does have 2 services out here on the weekend. I know you go to a lot of his services.
Yeah, and Raymond is such a great guy. He was actually in the hospital that same night. They had to set my leg back, and Raymond was right there with me, holding my hand, praying for me, and I really appreciate that.
All right, so we've also been talking about the class of 79. I know we're going to try to see what they've got going on. They've got a big booth set up. There's a huge midway down here. I don't know if you've ever been down there, but let's take a look at how we are set up in qualifying after the first group. There are 2 groups of production twins. Jesse Janish, that first lap out, 26.162. Ben Lau, also on a Harley, right there, second, 26.220. Ryan Barnes, third on his KTM. He was 10th in the first round of practice, so he's found some speed. Billy Ross and Corey Texter. But again, class of 79 helped out big time with you and your recovery and helping out with your expenses.
Yeah, so I broke my leg last fall, and Rookies of 79 stepped in, and then I also broke my ankle again this year, and Rookies stepped up again. The fans donated enough money for me to get by right now. They donated so much, and I'm just so grateful for that. I had medical bills, and I can't work. I can't make money right now, so that money helps me and all the other riders that get injured. It's just grateful.
And it's not just our sport of our racing here, American Flat Track, but look at this is what they're raffling off today. 1 ticket for $5. Charlie Roberts is walking around, or you can get your tickets down there at the rookie class of 79 booth. This is one of 25, I believe, maybe 26. You'll actually get print number 8. It's been signed by Jay Springsteen right here. This is a picture of the picture, so it's not the best quality. I went over there and stopped by, but Jay Springsteen, known as Springer, signed it with a big number 9. That is their big raffle item for this race, and that will be raffled off today right here at the Lima Half-Mile.
I need some new artwork for my bedroom, so I'll probably go down there and grab a couple raffle tickets here soon. That's a really cool piece tucked in.
Yeah, 100% of what they sell for merchandise. They got former posters. They got number plates. I picked up a Jake Johnson number plate because I didn't have one, so I picked up one at one of the last rounds, and I'm gonna get that thing signed. But they've got T-shirts. They got the brand new Bultaco. They have a couple different Bultaco shirts. I picked them up last night down in Greenville. But stop by and see the Rookies of 79. And again, they help out amateurs, pros like you, vintage riders, and everybody that competes in American Flat Track or in the sport of flat track that gets hurt. So.
Yeah, it definitely takes your mind off of it. That's the last thing you want to worry about is the medical bills when you're laying there. But sadly, you do have to worry about that. So the rookies are able to step in. Everything you guys buy and purchase and donate goes to us riders. And it takes so much ease off of what we've got to worry about. When I was laying there in the hospital, I didn't have to worry about it because Charlie immediately called me and let me know that I was going to get assistance.
Yep. So looking at this beautiful people's art, look at this artwork. I think Charlie Roberts painted this, but actually says your name up there in the top left. And so I see one great big screw, some hardware. It looks like some 10-penny nails are in there. I mean, what's going on in your foot right here?
Well, that looks like a new vacation home for my orthopedist right there. That's about $400,000 of that metal.
Wow. So, yeah, it's a beer bottle opener.
But, yeah, that's really bad injury. The talus grows back so slowly because there's not any blood flow there, so it takes forever. And I had to have emergency surgery because they were afraid the bone might die if they didn't do it quick enough.
That is crazy. So that is in, the heel area of your foot?
Yeah, that's the piece that the actual tibia rotates on.
Okay. Man, you should be a doctor. As many times you've been to the hospital and got fixed up.
I got real shaky hands. There's not a chance.
So shaky hands put you in the business management class instead.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad you're here. I mean, I know you broke some vertebrae in your back and neck as well. So this is just the injury that we have pictures of right here. But it's good to have you back out here at the racetrack. Is this the first time you've been to the racetrack since you got hurt?
Yeah, I watched every lap of Red Mile from practice on. I didn't miss a second of it. I love watching this stuff, even if I can't be here. I was a little depressed watching Red Mile. It was the first event that I missed, and I really like that place. I've won there before, so it was tough for me. But, I'm glad to be back here, and I'll be next week at New York as well.
What did you think of the Red Mile? I thought we had some great racing. The track record was broke on Saturday by Rispoli, and then 8 people went faster than that on the second day.
Rispoli impressed me big time, and Wally Brown Racing coming out for the first time on that KTM and doing as well as they did. That was so good. And Dallas Daniels able to grab his first win. I'm so happy. I texted him immediately, and I was happy for the kid.
So how many people do you think are at home right now building KTMs after what we saw there?
Well, probably a few. It does depend. The rules next year, it's going to depend on that. But the KTM was fast. That thing had so much straight line speed. It was really impressive, and James was able to catch up and stick right there.
Third in the Premier class after winning the Production Twins. That's amazing.
Yeah, me and my mechanic actually were talking about how many KTMs will get built.
Absolutely. So that thing's a beautiful motorcycle. It looks really skinny, but I sat on it. He said it's they didn't make it much skinnier, but it has it looked like the radiator's down lower, which made sense. It just felt good. Your knees had a place to go. It was very comfortable sitting on that bike.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Brian Smith Kawasaki from a few years ago. It's almost like a speedway bike. It's so thin. You can really see James actually getting off the right side of it quite a bit.
So, and that's why I pointed that out a couple times. He was riding it almost like Brad Baker would ride his Indian. He kind of sits on the right side to get the weight when you go in the corner to push that bike down.
Yeah, and that's something they teach us in riding school. You want to go crack to crack, basically. You want to get your side over the seat crack, and then it gets the weight pushed down. You want your left arm straight, and that gets you the most amount of traction you can have.
All right, motorcycles are fired up. Mission Production Twins, sponsored by Vance & Hines, getting some good insight from the Flying Tomato. 42, Jeremiah Duffy will lead him out. The Missile, Michael Hill. 77, Jordan Harris. 34, Cameron Smith. 71, Pat Buchanan. The 90 bike, Brandon Newman. 22 is Harvitt. The 94, Ryan Wells. 64 is the four-time Daytona 200 winner. They call him Slick. It's Danny Eslick. So this is qualifying round number 1 for your Production Twins. This will be how they will set the field for their semifinals. We'll have 2 semifinals and then their main event out here in this Production Twins class. So you got to go fast. You got to go fast right now.
Right now. Duffy needs to put in the best lap he can right now. You get another chance on the second lap because it's not as deep. You do have to watch out for the water spots, though. You know, that's one thing that always messed me up visually and mentally. I wasn't able to know if it was as wet as it is.
We did get a note from somebody sent me a question. Does the inconsistency of the moisture affect pea gravel like it does a hard-packed dirt track?
Yeah, a big thing there is, you know, if it is wet on the clay, you're probably going to spin around backwards, where here you can make do, and it does throw up a pretty big roost if you're behind it. But me, like, I always struggled mentally, you know, going over that wetness because you can see the shininess. So once I got through it, I was always up there where I knew it wasn't too wet.
That last corner through 1 and 2, the 34, that was sure was pretty. He's kind of tiptoeing a little bit down here in 3 and 4, but it looked like a perfect lap in turns 1 and 2. That's Cam Smith, and it was a perfect lap at 2:6.150. Your new quick time, the 34.
Yeah, I loved what his bike just did there on that entrance. His tire, like I said earlier with Cody Coppett, came back straight, so his bike was in line. That's a feeling I love to have here because if you get on the gas, you've got good traction.
So he's a half a second faster than he was in practice. 34, Cameron Smith. He's closing in on a rider. Right in front of him, it's a 64 of Danny Eslick. So they try to spread themselves out. So he's going to have to try a new line right here, which might not be a bad thing either.
Yeah, no, it's good. And, you know, now it's the time. You know, he got a really good lap in. The track's starting to get deeper. And I think we're getting faster now because, like I said earlier, the cushion's starting to dig up. Now we're getting actual something to grab onto, something we can bump off of.
Look how high Slick goes on his own personal Kawasaki. The 64 goes up the racetrack. Cam Smith drops to the bottom side, goes on by, reaches up just right there, just a little bit. God, he has foot out there almost like a motocrosser going into turn 1. Was he trying to put the weight on that front wheel?
Oh, yeah, he's dabbing it quite a bit there. You can just see when you do get in that cushion, his leg just gets yanked back, but it was beautiful seeing him go through there. It's making me smile because I feel like I'd love to be doing that.
Absolutely. There he is. He's using a lot of that left leg, but he's going back and putting the weight back on that rear wheel.
That's one thing my mechanic always got mad at me for, though. You can't do that because it's just so much weight transfer all around the bike. You want to just hover it if you can. I understand it's really tough, but my mechanic always mentioned that to me.
Well, and look, how are you going to knock him down if he's the quickest lap at 2:6.150? How are you going to go tell him to not do something like that, Colby? I mean, it's working for him.
Yeah, no, it definitely worked for him for sure. But that's one thing you can always prove on.
Yeah, you can always change stuff. There's Ryan Wells, who's riding the McGrain Racing Kawasaki this weekend. He's currently 13th after round number 1. It's Cameron Smith. He did pick up his first win last year at New York, was disqualified, and so he's still looking for his official first win. That could happen right here tonight. He's got a good start right here, fastest in qualifying, round number 1.
Yeah, and Jesse's right there too, only 12 tenths back. But man, Cameron Smith, way to go. That was some really good laps, and I loved the way his bike was looking early on when the track was nice and smooth.
And he's got a couple different people helping him out this year. It looks like he's kind of settled into his zone right now. He's picking up some speed. Cameron Smith, quickest out here in qualifying with a 2:6.150. Jesse Janderson, the 33, is second. Ben Lau is third. Revin Ryan Barnes back there fourth. Have you stopped by and seen his KTM yet?
No, I haven't. I think I saw it at Volusia. He was there with it. I looked at it a little bit.
Pretty good looking motorcycle right there. He's doing for Schaefer's Motorsports. Billy Ross, the winner of the last round, fifth, and your defending champ back there in sixth, Corey Texter. What is he going to have to do to come out in this next round? Will he go out there and battle again with Janish, or is he going to try to separate himself? What would you do?
I think the big difference there was he did get by Jesse, and he kind of pulled away a little bit, but it was too late in the session. You know, the one thing he could definitely do is attack a little bit more on the first lap. He wants to get out ahead of Jesse, but maybe give him some room and just do your own thing.
All right, there's a look at the aerial shot here. This old fairgrounds out here at the Allen County Fairgrounds. We're working our way through our first round of qualifying. We'll be right back to the Allen County Fairgrounds.
Everything we do at the track shapes what we build for the street and the dirt.
You can see how bad these guys want it. A race to the line.
For us, racing is not for the trophies or the glory. We compete because it makes everything we do faster, more durable, and tested to a higher standard. For S&S, racing is the ultimate in proven performance, and we've been proving it since 1958. Progressive insures over 5 million boats, motorcycles, and RVs throughout America. Get a quote in under 4 minutes at AmericanFlatTrack.com/progressive to see how much you could save.
The rookies of '79 are former racers and champions of the sport who reunited in 2009 to form the official charity for American Flat Track. 10 years and over $1.7 million raised for our injured racers. Visit rookies79.com to see how you can help.
In the next 24 hours, over 1,000 teens will attempt suicide in our community. The fear and stigma surrounding suicide should not be a barrier to seeking help. Suicide prevention is not a spectator sport. Get informed, get involved, and save a life. For more information, visit racetostopsuicide.com.
Al Lamb's Dallas Honda is proud to sponsor the Al Lamb's Dallas Honda Singles Challenge. It's a winner-take-all $2,500 dash for cash. Enjoy the fastest and richest 4 laps in AFT singles racing. Al Lamb's Dallas Honda, dallashonda.com.
Dunlop is proud to be the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. What we learn from racing is rolled into our production tires, such as the Dunlop K180, a street-legal version of the aggressive DT3 Flat Track tire. With the K180, street riders can now have the authentic flat track tire experience. No other tire company has won more American motorcycle championships than Dunlop.
Race fans, VP Racing Fuels offers a full line of power sports fuels, lubricants, coolants, and appearance products for track and street. From pro racers to weekend warriors, we help riders make more power. Ask your local power sports dealer.
From the flat track to the strip to the street, it's ARP fasteners for your bike. If it's for show or for go, ARP makes the highest quality and most dependable fasteners with strength for performance and good looks. The speed demons of American flat track racing trust ARP for maximum clamping force that leads to victory lane. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com, no matter what you drive.
Johnny Lewis, American Flat Track racer, but also I run the Royal Enfield Slide School. Having Senna as a product that I use to kind of get the information to somebody quickly. You know, I'm able to communicate with them directly so they can see it right in that moment.
You're picking the throttle too soon. Go faster down the straightaway.
Work with Senna has allowed me to help make people faster, but also safer on the motorcycle.
Tonight, we've seen multiple lines, draft passing, should be really exciting, so here we go. Oh, this is spectacular. Here in front of a huge crowd in a key race.
Don't miss the roar of Progressive American Flat Track as the action is back in Pennsylvania at Port Royal Speedway on Saturday, July 16th. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
And welcome back to the Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. I'm Scotty Dubler. Up here in the booth with me is the number 36 of Flying Tomato, Colby Carlisle. Colby, we appreciate you stopping by. I know you reached out to me earlier in this week and said you needed to get back to the racetrack. You needed some reason to come down here and see us, and we're glad you're back.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to be here, and I'm starting to feel a little more comfortable up here in the booth with you. But it's really fun, you know. I'm not having quite as much fun as I would be if I was Cameron Smith right now.
But you're not dirty either.
I'm not dirty. I'm not roosted. And
That's Steve Moorhead out there, the Findlay Flyer. He's won out here quite a few times. Actually, Steve Moorhead won here 3 times, including the first ever Ohio National out here in 1985. And my good buddy backed it up the next year. Ronnie Jones won out here in 1986.
I had Ronnie as a teammate for a few years here, and I remember the first time I raced the Springfield Mile on an Indian, Ronnie went flying by me, and I was like, oh, man, this is...
The old man can still twist the throttle, right? Yeah, he's super fit. I think he's setting out a couple years. He's actually into politics right now. Yeah, he's running for president of Oklahoma or something like that right now. I think the big watch party's Tuesday night. Yeah, is there a president of Oklahoma? I don't know.
Yeah, there is now.
I gotcha. So lots going on out here. There's Vinda Row, and it is packed. Stop by and see the rookie class of 79. The marketplace is out there. The progressive marketplace is down there as the singles roll on to the racetrack. And here comes the Red Bull KTM number 12. Cody Kopp will lead him out. 13, Morgan Mishler. He's got the Iceman helmet on. There's the 79 to Gautier. 48, Trent Lowe. 21, Trevor Bruner. 106, Chase Sadoff. The 26, Aiden Roos Evans. And the 54, it's Michael Inderbitzen.
So those KTMs that Cody's on right now, it's got that same suspension I was talking about that Shayna had a few years ago, but now it's an even better model. They keep upgrading it, so that's one thing that's such beneficial here.
So, Colby, we've talked about little guys. You've got Max Whale, who's not here with us. He's still injured, and Cody Kopp. 2 of the taller riders out there, they can manhandle the motorcycle and kind of physically move around on the bike. Is that an advantage? I know we talked about little guys had an advantage, too.
I'm not so sure about that. You know, the little guys do have the advantage because they're lighter, so their bikes will skim over the bumps more, but we do have more leverage as a taller rider.
24 total riders out here in the Parts Unlimited AFT singles class. This is their first round of qualifying. We're taking the fastest lap they can do in round 1 or round number 2. That will line them up into 2 semifinals where we'll take the top 8 riders into the main.
And Cody Kopp right back to the front again, setting the tone for the day. That's one thing you can do, just really go first in free practice, first in qualifying, and it's really good for your mindset.
And we're taking a look at the 79 of Dalton Gautier. Go time actually caught his foot and twisted his knee and stuff backwards. He's done that a couple times, and I don't know how much more of that abuse he can take.
He must be pretty flexible and in good shape because I can't do that anymore.
Look at that, 79 dropping to the bottom of the racetrack, coming off at turn number 2. Looking for a way through the racetrack. That's Gautier on the 79. Let's check in one more time with Kristen B.
And checking in about Dalton Gautier just a moment ago, I spoke with Kenny Coolbeth, the rider coach for Turner Racing Honda, and I asked him, how do you get Dalton back in the game? Right now, Cody Kopp is running away with the points in that class, and Dalton is a former champion. He has underwhelmed expectations this year. Well, Kenny Coolbeth told me he just needs to believe in himself. We've seen glimpses of it, but Lima is a perfect place for Dalton Gautier to turn it around. It's a track he's been successful at previously in his career, so the expectations are high for Dalton Gautier this weekend. It is win it or get out of the way at this point for Dalton Gautier, guys.
Absolutely, Kristen. Good stuff right there as we're taking a look at the 106 of, that is Chase Sadoff, and he's wearing the Roosters helmet from the Maverick movie. So checkered flag comes out, and he finds himself sitting second, Colby.
Yeah, Chase is shifting. You can see it really clearly. You know, he's smashing it down coming in and grabbing it coming out. That's letting the bike stay up in the RPMs, keeping the power. I like Chase a lot. You know, he's a fellow redhead. I cheer for him. He's always been a good fan of mine and a nice person, and it's really good to see how good he's doing.
You see it says Rooster right there on the back of his helmet again. They're rocking the helmets from the Maverick, the movie, the Top Gun remake right there. So you see Sadoff getting that last practice start. He is sitting second, and he's battling for the Mobile View Rookie of the Year. He is the leading candidate right now, and both him and Gage Smith, the 113, will lead out the next group. They have both used their provisional starts right now, Colby, so that's pressure to finish in the top 8 spots of their semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely, but how about Chase Sadoff's ride last week? I mean, going down on the first lap, a little bit of a rookie move, but he learned from it. He was able to come from last all the way back up.
When they went across the start-finish line, Ralph and I were sitting right here. It flashed, and it had him in second. We said he was second, but they recalibrated it or whatever happens. I don't know on the technical side of things, but it ended up third by like just a one lug of that Dunlop tire.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, on that day, that was as good as a win, absolutely. To come from the back
of the pack, you know, the airbag suit deploys, and you have to push that down and change things up and come from the back of the pack. And on track, that passing was hard at Laconia.
Yeah, I wasn't able to see exactly how he did it, but I didn't think there was any way to come up that far.
I think he got to like about 6th or 7th on one of the first couple of laps back, and then he just picked them off one at a time. And when you get to the front, it's harder to pass those guys.
He's a really good rider. He's really talented. He's got great fundamentals, a good team behind him.
Absolutely. So we're working on some track maintenance right here. Cody Kopp at the top spot, 25.911. Chase Sadoff second, 26.124. Dalton Gauthier, his teammate, right there third. And the other teammate right there in fourth is Morgan Mishler, Trevor Bruner on the Estenson Yamaha in fifth. Aiden Roos Evans, Trent Lowe, Michael Inderbitson, your top 8. That's group number 1. 2 groups left here of Parts Unlimited AFT Singles round 1 of qualifying. All right, so it sounds like we're going to take one more quick break. When we come back, we'll go with group number 2, Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, sponsored by Kicker.
Our main event tonight, we've seen multiple lines, draft passing, should be really exciting, so here we go. Oh, this is spectacular. Here in front of a huge crowd in a key race.
Hey, Central New York race fans. Progressive American Flat Track is back for an epic event at Weedsport Speedway in Weedsport, New York on Saturday, July 2nd. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark Speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Rev up those taste buds with Mission Foods, a proud sponsor of AFT Super Twins Racing. Mission Foods has you covered with race day recipes that are too fast, too tasty. So grab your favorite Mission products, sit back, and enjoy America's original extreme sport.
You own the job and everything that comes with it. The mornings that start too early, the nights that go too late, and every unbelievable thing in between. It's good to know you can rent whatever construction equipment you need from people who do whatever it takes. Visit us at catrentalstore.com.
Cometic Gasket is the official gasket of Progressive American Flat Track. For decades, Progressive American Flat Track champions have depended on Cometic to seal their engines. Cometic gaskets are the professional standard for racers who demand the very best. For more information, log on to Cometic.com. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Born from the desire to inspire and create adventure and community, Super 73 is an electric bike brand fusing motorcycle heritage and youth culture. Founded in 2016 and based in Southern California, Super 73 has led the charge in pioneering a new approach to help redefine the electric bicycle industry. By emphasizing thoughtful design, responsible manufacturing techniques, and local community engagement, the brand continually strives to grow and expand into a true industry leader. Visit super73.com for more information.
You don't take greatness for granted, and neither should your gear. We are Torch Eyewear, and we design sunglasses for protection, performance, and chasing your passion. For more information, visit our website at torcheyewear.com and click on our free Home Try-On program.
The 2022 season will see new challenges for Royal Enfield. More racing, more racers, and more energy than ever before. For the first time ever, the Moto Anatomy powered by Royal Enfield team will participate in the full calendar, including the miles and build train race grid expanding to 15 riders and 7 races. More action than ever before. Cena is proud to be the official motorcycle communication system of Progressive American Flat Track. Ride connected with industry-leading mesh and Bluetooth communication systems, plus sound by Harman Kardon speakers and microphone. Head over to the marketplace to demo one of Cena's premium motorcycle communication systems today.
Bikes are rolling back on the racetrack. It's Parts Unlimited AFC Singles, sponsored by Kicker. This is group number 2. 113 Gage Smith will lead them out. 99 is Stallings. The 19 is James Ott. 24 Hunter Bauer. 82 is Travis Pettin. 80 is Brandon Kitchen. 63 is the Jet Jared Lowe. 55 is Tyler Raggio. This is our first round of qualifying. Group number 2. For your singles class. So again, first lap, very important, right, Colby?
Yeah, and I'm looking for Brandon Kitchen to do really big things right here and set the tone. You know, he hasn't quite had the year that he's been looking for, but today this is a track that he does well on. He did well in the first session. There he is right there. And let's check out his line.
So trying to watch the 80. Colby wants to see where Kitchen is running on the 80 bike right in front of him right there, too. Keep your eyes on the 24 Hunter Bauer. They got a lot of racetracks like this up there in the Canadian circuit. Hunter Bauer, the Canadian rider, doing for NKR KTM.
And Brandon goes right to second, right off the bat. He did exactly what I was saying. You got to attack it first lap, and he did. Let's see if he can improve it here on 2, but he is stuck behind another rider.
That's Travis Pettin on the 82. The man in black, they call him the broiler, the 80. Brandon Kitchen getting sideways, going in high, squaring off the corner.
Yeah, and he got roosted a little bit there. It's going to be tough.
That one won't be a fast lap because of that, right? It kind of slows him down just a skosh. Just enough. He's still in the roost. He needs to change the line, and he does right here. Drop it to the bottom of turn number 2. A little smoother down there.
Yeah, that's impressive that he was able to make that pass and the room.
He's got Vance and Hines sponsoring him on that Husqvarna. Gage Smith going the wrong direction. Red light does come out. Smith did a little soil sampling, it looks like right there. I saw a red helmet. I thought somebody was up against the fence. Is Gage Smith doing a little soil sampling, going to take some of that roost and that pea gravel back to Oklahoma.
Frustrated. You can just see it. You know, there's nothing worse than going down. He's not hurt at all. He's able to get right back up, but man, the frustration. Now the airbag suit's deployed. The bike might be a little bent up.
I don't know if he's got any more deployments in that suit or not, so they'll try to squish that down as fast as they can to get him back out of here. So our first red flag of the day, Gage Smith trying to shake it off right there. He's got Sherb Racing on the front right there of his leathers. The Sherbs, I used to race against Scott, and there was Merle, Corby, Logan, and Lucas, the twins. Did you race against any of the Sherbs?
No, I didn't, but it would be fun to have your brothers racing against you. There would be a good rivalry.
Well, even the dad, they all raced at one time. I remember all 5 of them. I'm like, how do you keep track? And they all, at one point, they all had identical leathers. Yeah, no thanks.
No.
That's hard. So there's Travis Pettin, 82. And here comes the Waters Autobites. Dave Waters going to check on Pettin. Here's the 63 at Jared Lowe getting a little water, trying to cool off just a little bit.
One time we raced the Phoenix Mile 2016, and it was 115 degrees out that day. I made the mistake. I chugged a whole water right before the main event because we've been waiting and staging. I puked in my helmet. I went from second place all the way back.
Wow. So we're getting a little red flag taken care of. Colby's telling us some stories up here, and Kristen Beat is down there talking to the fast guy in the production twins, Cameron Smith.
Cameron Smith on the 34, back in action at the top of the boards for Production Twins qualifying. Cameron, how does it feel to be competitive again?
It definitely feels good. Had a couple of struggles in the beginning of the season, but we got it figured out. We're going fast again.
What do you think makes the biggest difference for you on the Lima Half-Mile?
Just all out. You know, you really don't have to have a preferred line. Just stay wide open, stay consistent, and keep the arms, elbows up, and ride your race.
You've had to overcome some adversity in the last few years. How has that changed you as a rider?
It definitely humbled me a little bit, and just be Cameron Smith. I think that's the whole thing, is just being Cameron Smith and just going fast and being me.
Are we going to see Cameron Smith on the podium tonight?
Yeah, that's what we're shooting for. That's what we're really shooting for today.
Thanks so much, Cam.
Thank you.
Good to see you back.
Such a quiet guy, but he shows all of his, he puts it all out there on the racetrack. That's Cam Smith. I believe that's Aiden Brown's dad right there. Aiden Brown over there, one of the up-and-coming amateurs over on the left side, but that's Aiden's dad back there. Looks like maybe making a gear change, possibly.
Yeah, possibly, or just cleaning the wheels off. You know, you get so much built-up roost. We didn't get to see it that angle, but you do have to clean it off every time you come out. But, yeah, Cameron's such a nice kid, you know, soft-spoken, but he's definitely showing it out there today.
Yeah, we looked at his results just a few moments ago, Colby. 2 7th-place finishes. He was disqualified one other round earlier this year, but he's just putting it all together. Looks like he's doing it right here today.
It's all it takes is one good session to get your motivation, your confidence back up, and now he's got it right now, and he's going to bring it through the night, hopefully.
Taking a look, the bikes are back on the racetrack. This is group number 2 down the back straightaway. Showtime. Hunter Bauer, the 24, Travis Pettin right behind him. It looked like Waters Auto Body walked up and were trying to talk to the 82, so maybe the Waters team has 2 bikes out there.
Yeah, you can see it. They see things that we can't, and they can give you a quick tip. You know, maybe he can pull off a fast one, but it was really smart of Hunter to get out there first, get the clean track, the fresh air, and just be able to do his own thing.
And there's Jared Lowe. He's dropped about 30 pounds since last season. Jared Lowe's getting slim and trim like his brother Trent. He's trying to, make a name for himself. He actually finished better than his brother last weekend.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Losing 30 pounds, that makes that bike act completely different, but it's definitely going to allow him to get over those bumps better. So overall, that's definitely a good move. His fitness is obviously a lot better, too.
Absolutely. White flag is out. We're taking a look through the field. There's the 99 Kevin Stallings, currently back in the pack a little ways, way back in 16th. Very uncharacteristic. He was fast in practice. Maybe they made some changes the wrong direction.
Yeah, and Kevin's always notoriously been a really good rider here at Lima, so I'm wondering what's going on. Maybe they made the wrong decision on the gearing, the bike setup, but I'm sure he's going to bounce back.
One other rider I didn't think would be up as high as he is right now is James Ott, who is a groove track specialist out there in California. He's sitting in the 7th spot. Hunter Bauer, we're watching him. He's currently 8th on the 24 NKR Canada bike. There's the 99 Stallings. He's already taken that checkered flag. He's on that cool down lap. So I look back through the winners right here, and I don't see Colby Carlisle on here, but I remember you had one in the bag. You were way out in front. I remember your exhaust pipe came off, and you actually ran it over going into turn 1.
Yeah, I was a lot younger and dumber, and when I got the black flag 2 laps in a row, I didn't stop. I didn't think of the repercussions of what could have happened, but you're so mad. You know, I had a 4-second lead in just a few laps. I couldn't do anything wrong that day, and it was not fun.
Just a mechanical that was unavoidable? Did something happen? Did you make a mistake? I don't want to throw anybody under the bus or back the bus over them, but what happened?
No, so I actually posted a video to my Instagram earlier today. Thunder McCaffrey had a video. What happened is the bike was soft. We came into the corner, and the roost was so deep that you can see the pipe dig into the ground once, bounce up, dig in again, and it snaps off right there.
Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that's exactly what happened. I thought maybe the springs came off and the springs broke or something come out, but the head pipe caught in the ground, or the under swept part of the bike.
Yeah, right at the bottom front part of the left side, it hit the ground. And for the longest time, I didn't know that was the case, and I thought maybe it broke the welds at the head, but no, just the way it hit the dirt.
And you said you're older and smarter now, so getting that black flag, you would have pulled off because that pipe actually came off, and it could have hit somebody. It could have went into the crowd. It could have went over the fence, but luckily it just landed right in the middle of the track, and you did run it over.
Yeah, I mean, me running it over, it could have made the bike act up, could have high-sided me, could have done a lot of things, could have hit another rider. So, yeah, it was just a young thing.
Isn't it funny how you learn things as you get older like that some people, people might tell you stuff, but you don't take it for granted until something happens like that to you.
Right, just like someone telling you time flies.
Yeah, you don't believe it. Like when you're sitting in school, it takes forever to get through one class. Yeah. So we'll take a quick break. We're out here working our way through our first round of qualifying. One more group to go of your AFT singles. We'll be right back to the Allen County Fairgrounds.
If you ever dreamed of blue skies, fresh air, and blue-green water, then look no further. If your idea of heaven on earth includes velvet golf courses, romantic evenings, and sun setting, then you owe it to yourself to check our Southwest Florida's beautiful Punta Gorda and its neighboring areas. At mydigitallisting.com, we have been making dreams come true for over a decade. Supporters of American Flat Track since 1999, our team of professionals are ready to help you find your vacation, investment, and permanent new residence in paradise.
DCT is an automatic transmission. You heard right. The Honda DCT is a fully automatic transmission. For a motorcycle, it'll shift faster than you can, at the right time, right speed, and right RPM. And when you want to shift for yourself, use paddle shifters mounted on the left handlebar. Take a DCT demo on a new Honda Africa Twin and other available models. Schedule your DCT demo right now at Al Lamb's Dallas Honda.
The way this racetrack has turned out, AJ, it is incredible. They can run high, low, middle, anywhere they want. We're talking 8 riders in contention for this right now. The final corner awaits. Look at this track. Briar Bauman's going to have to use the track. Briar Bauman wins 2 years in a row here at Williamsburg.
Rev up those taste buds with Mission Foods, a proud sponsor of AFT Super Twins Racing. Mission Foods has you covered with race day recipes that are too fast, too tasty. So grab your favorite Mission products, sit back, and enjoy America's original extreme sport.
Brought to you by Yamaha and its best-in-class lineup of power sports vehicles. For more information on how you too can experience the pinnacle of performance both on and off-road, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Dunlop is the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. We make tires in America for racing and street racing, such as our credit-worthy Progressive American Flat Track Spec racing tire, the DT4, and the DT3, which is now the street-legal K180. Learn more about Dunlop tires at DunlopMotorcycleTires.com. Race fans, VP Racing Fuels offers a full line of power sports fuels, lubricants, coolants, and appearance products for track and street. From pro racers to weekend warriors, we help riders make more power. Ask your local power sports dealer.
We are proud to join with race fans everywhere in working to ensure that our sport gets bigger and more exciting each season. And you, too, can support the sport by visiting your local dealer who stocks products from Parts Unlimited. They've got the very best in high-performance parts and accessories and the best support network in the business. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. S&S Cycle is the official exhaust manufacturer of the Indian Wrecking Crew and the premier brand for V-twin performance parts. Check out the S&S Cycle display in the vending area to learn more.
The beautiful Allen County Fairgrounds. You can see that Mission tent right there. Big bag of Mission tortilla chips. I'm taking that home with me tonight. Colby, you didn't get to go over there and have lunch yet, so hopefully there's still some food left.
Yeah, I hope so. I heard about some good taquitos.
All right, here comes. Looks like group number 3. Chad Coase jumps out there in a hurry. I am so surprised he jumped off his production twins to come right here in the first impression Honda here in the singles class. I mean, he was up there at the top of the points.
Yeah, no, it was probably a good decision. You know, he's really comfortable on the 450s. Hops out front right now trying to set the tone. He had a really cool helmet. He doesn't have it on today. It's really beautiful. Beam Designs just painted it up, rearranged. So it's probably smart not to have it unless he's feeling like the wind.
Well, unless you're out front, but he's got it all. If he does, he's got it all taped up. There's the 359. The wonder from down under, Tom Drain, a 16-year-old phenom, came up here last week and rode up in Michigan. He raced a little in road practice last night at Greenville. He elected not to race and save it for today. He's on the Waters Auto Body KTM, Tom Drain, and you said the Australians like these particular racetracks. They call them long tracks down there, but the loose dirt, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the cushion. They're really comfortable on the cushion. It's cool to see him doing so well on the Waters Auto Body team. You know, it's just good to see. I know David Ronda well, and they put a lot into this sport, so to have someone come over here from Australia and immediately go fast is cool.
Look how high he's entering turn number 1 right there. I mean, it looked like he's a little bit higher than even the other line.
Yeah, that's pretty high right there, but man, that bike looks good.
Tucked in even. Little bitty guy getting behind the handlebars. He goes out of sight. Here they come. Looks like this is the opposite end of the racetrack.
Yeah, right up to 6, and that lap wasn't even the cleanest. He does feel good, man. He's moving around. You can always tell when someone's comfortable when they're able to scooch their butt back and tuck in.
That slides your weight all the way over that rear wheel, which puts the traction on that rear tire. Look at your reaction up here. He's way up there by the air fence.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to be like a coach right now watching this. There's some things, he could move down a little bit, but he's searching around, but man, he's still going good.
Coach Carlisle up here in the booth as we go back out front. The 49, Chad Coase, sitting in the 12th spot at 2:06.699. That's that First Impressions race team. And Sammy Halbert is actually the rider coach this weekend for that entire team.
Good decision. The team was able to bring on Sammy to coach on night. There's 4 riders, and Sammy's really good here at Lima, so he can give them a lot of good insight.
There is Ian Wolf, the 57. He's the tallest rider in the pit area, maybe a little taller than 6'3" as the checkered flag comes out. And speaking of Sammy Halbert, he'll be over there at the marketplace, the Progressive Marketplace. They got a brand new Sammy Halbert shirt. You'll be over there signing autographs during our open paddock area.
Great to see him come back too. We Breyer, him and I all got injured there at Charlotte with Mikey Rush, and to have Sammy come back last week was really cool.
Were you all like roommates? Were you all side by side in the hospital, or did you see each other at all?
Well, they heard me screaming. Sammy kept telling me about it. It was, ask him sometime.
All right, I will. That's funny, but now that it's over, it's funny.
It's funny now, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we can joke about it. Thanks, Scotty.
Sorry to laugh at you, Colby. I just, man, I can't even imagine the pain you guys were in.
The hospital wasn't happy.
25.911. Cody Kopp at the top spot here after round number 1. No surprise, his dad Smoking Joe Kopp won here 3 times. We raced down the road. There was Nationals back in the day at Greenville, Ohio. There was 4 of them there. Smoking Joe Kopp won 3 out of the 4 of the Annie Oakley Shootout. Has a big rifle on the plaque. That's some of his favorite trophies.
I'm pretty sure Cody got a victory lap. There's a movie called Wide Open that has a documentary from that year, and Joe won, and I believe Cody might have hopped on for the victory lap.
As a little bitty guy,
yeah,
right?
Tiny.
Yeah. So let's tell everybody why we take this break in between every session. It's a little bit different than all the other racetracks we go to. Explain it to these fans. What's going on?
Yeah, so it does take more time, but like I said, the most important lap for these guys is the first lap of the race. And if they didn't do that, they have to do this track prep between each session, because otherwise the next group wouldn't have that availability and that advancement from the first lap. So they take out the scrapers, they water a little bit, they smooth it out so we all have the exact same track.
And they have these drags. They're at an angle, most of them, and it drags the loose stuff back down onto the racing surface, because that's what we want. We want the pea gravel down there.
Yeah, and if they didn't do that, I mean, the lap times would be a second slower, and that guy could be faster. They have to smooth it out. They have to make it a fair track for everyone and for safety.
And when we have this little break in the action, you can see the airbag fence. They're out there. They got a leaf blower. Basically, they pop open the air fence, and they stick that leaf blower in there, make sure it's fully inflated, because when you hit that thing, you want that thing to be full as you can, right?
Well, I keep missing it. I got to crash at a different spot, I guess.
Well, you have to start aiming for those things, I guess. If you're going to keep crashing, Colby, you might as well aim for those big balloons out there.
Yeah, no, my mom's probably grimacing right now.
Well, your mom's listening in, and she said, thanks for having you in the booth, and she's obviously your number 1 fan, but she says you guys we're doing a great job. So I guess. But she's going to tell you that regardless, But I think you're doing fantastic out here. There's a look at that drag again at that angle, scraping the loose stuff back down onto the racing surface. They'll go a couple of laps. They use a bunch of drags out here. The water truck will go around. Look at that. What would you call that? Heaven. What is that? The icing on the cake? What would you call that right there, Colby?
If I'm in front, like heaven for sure. But if I'm in the back, pain.
Pain, yeah. You don't want to be behind somebody. You can see there's one of the tear-offs we were talking about a few moments ago. So, okay, so we talked about maybe 10 for practice. How many tear-offs are you going to stack on for a 10-minute plus 2-lap main event for these Super Twins? As many as you can?
Yeah, good question. It's a double-edged sword, too, so you're going to want 30. You're going to want
30.
3 stacks of 10. They're laminated, so that makes them a little bit thinner. But the problem is the more you stack on, it's foggy. You can't see as good. So you want to keep pulling them off. And if you get a good start, yank 10 off. Get rid of them. You want to get the vision clear, yes.
Okay. That rock right there in the middle, that doesn't look like heaven to me. That looks like that one's going to hurt.
I've taken one of those to the throat, and it's not fun.
Wow. So you can see they're dusting off the bottom of the air fence right there. That's the flap that keeps them flat onto the racetrack. So he's clearing it off so they can make sure they get all the air inflated into those airbags. And that's a good look at the dirt right there.
And I've actually taken a rock like that to the knuckle, and it probably broke it.
Really?
I didn't go to the doctor. We didn't get it checked out, but it was swollen up, and it hurt really bad.
So why aren't they running handguards like I've seen like motocross or off-road guys always run the handguards? Why aren't they?
I don't know. I always wanted to. I guess maybe I forgot him at home that year or something happened. But you want them. I mean, there's no reason not to have them. The only downfall ever is you can get tangled up with another rider because they do kind of stick out a little bit. But that's only on the first lap.
So we got a question from the truck. How difficult is it to gear up for a track like this? We have a short week, and we go to a short track next week, and you have to recuperate. You have to get ready. You change your whole setup from this great big cushion half-mile as we go to New York to your home state, cleaning out the motorcycle, clean out the radiator, taking everything apart and putting it back together in a short week to get ready for that short track next week.
Yeah, for sure. Some teams are going to start tonight. They're just going to start pulling the tape off. It's going to be tough, because they have so much tape on these bikes, and they have to change quite a bit of stuff. And New York's a lot different. So some people are going to have different engine packages for there. It's going to be tight, and it is a drive to New York. It's another 7 hours. It might be 8 hours all the way to Syracuse area.
How far is it to your house?
6. I'm about 50 minutes from the track.
At about 7 miles over the speed limit? Or?
No, I got a bad speeding ticket. We're driving 65.
We're going the speed limit out here. So that's Colby Carlisle from Canandaigua, New York, up there in the Finger Lakes region. How's the helmet business right now?
Yeah, I'll give a little shout-out to my mom and dad. I think my dad probably turned Fan's Choice on at 1:30 because he didn't want to miss it. I told him I was doing some announcing.
That's my grandma, too. She turns it on. She sits there and waits and watches the screen and can't miss a moment. Let's talk about the helmet shop, KC.
Yeah,
KC
no, they got
House,
a nice
right?
helmet shop called KC Cycle Helmet World in Canandaigua, New York. They do really well. It's the crazy thing is people always ask, oh, you do a lot of internet sales. They do any. It's all
really
in-person customers, and they have about 2,000 to 3,000 helmets in stock.
I've been there a time or two. Yeah, check
It's got some of my old race bikes, some memorabilia. I
Yep.
just brought my championship bike home, actually.
There's stuff up on the ceilings,
Yeah.
posters, old posters.
They
still up there?
Yeah, got some. I actually found one the other day of my old manager, Tommy Hayden, signed. So it's kind of funny. It's full circle. Back in the day, we went and he was like an idol to me, a hero, and then now it's up on the wall, and I was able to work so close. He's such a great guy.
That's cool. He's awful quiet, when he's on the camera and when he's in front of people, he's awful quiet. How was he as a team manager?
Really good. He keeps you calm, and he's got so much experience too. He is always quiet. He thinks about everything. He would never say something without thoroughly thinking it through. And he gave me riding tips, life tips, and even through these injuries he's been there. He texted me the other day and said, "How are you doing?" And when I woke up in the ambulance, when I came out from my blackout, Tommy was the first face I saw there, taking care of me, answering questions, helping me out.
And you weren't riding for that team at the time?
Nope, they just still care for me and treat me really well.
That's awesome. So I hear bikes firing up out there in the pit area. There's a look at the main grandstands out here on the front straightaway. Mission Super Twins, sponsored by S&S Cycles. Their qualifying session number 1 is rolling onto the racetrack. The jammer, Jared Meese, pulls out first. The fast qualifier in our 2 practice sessions will pull out second. The 32 of Dallas Daniels. The 3, Briar Bauman. The 95, J.D. Beach. 44, Brandon Robinson. 37, Bronson Bauman. 20 is Jared Vandekoy. 67, Davis Fisher. 92, Brandon Price. 27, Robbie Pearson on a Kawasaki today. And the 52, Shayna Texter Bauman, a 2-time winner in the singles class out here at the Lima Half-Mile.
You could see that exaggeration of them going over that bump on the backstretch. You could see Jared's bike wiggling quite a bit. We'll probably see it here right now, but yeah, Jared's setting the pace, and they did spread out a little bit, which is smart, but right here he'll go over that bump, which is hard to see, but you can see his bike wiggling right there. Yeah, it moves around.
And you can feel it. There's a crossover gate. Like last weekend, I was told there was a demolition derby out here, so they crossed the racetrack right there. So it's either sunk in or raised up, depending on the situation, how much dirt they've taken off of this racetrack. But it definitely upsets the chassis more than anything.
Yeah, it upsets the chassis quite a bit. It's coming in every lap. You can't avoid it, but it's one of those things we all have to cross and just kind of prepare for it a little bit. It doesn't affect the bike as much as you would think.
How much seat time do you have on an Indian FTR 750?
I've got maybe 4 or 5 races.
That's it?
Yeah, not much.
Okay. Did you like it?
I did at Springfield Mile once. I was in second in the Super Twins class, and my clutch went out. It was my fault.
Oh, no.
I was right behind Kenny Coolbeth.
You fried the clutch on the starting line?
Yeah.
Or just put it in gear too soon?
No, I fried it. It was my fault.
There's the 32, Dallas Daniels right now. Fast time is the 44, Brandon Robinson, who won out here back in 2016, the 44, as we're keeping eyes on that 32, Estenson Monster Energy Yamaha Racing. Hey, Yamaha.
B-Rod's really good here. I think he's won on the XR 750 for Kennedy a few years ago.
2016. B-Rod, the revolver, Brandon Robinson. Quick time so far, 2:5.557. Fisher second as we look at the 2-time champ number 3. Briar Bauman going way up the racetrack.
Yeah, Dallas 4/10 off, fastest in the first 2 sessions, feeling good, but B-Rob laid down a really quick one. I wish I could have seen what line he was in.
Briar Bauman, he won his first ever twins race here, and I had to deal with him way back in the day. I interviewed him during his first Pro Singles win, I interviewed him during his first AFT Grand National win on a single, and then I got to step down from the center and interview him when he won his first twins race right here at Lima.
Yeah, I remember you running down at Pomona.
That was a long ways.
Yeah.
That took forever. So Mr. Ryan Barnes wants me to go to the infield and interview him if he wins today. I told him I'm a long ways away from there.
You can take my knee scooter.
Yes.
Just be careful.
Or
across
I
the
could
grass.
ride my Super 73 bike.
Yeah.
That'd be quick too. I might have to make that happen. I'll talk to Brad Jones, see what the tree's doing over there.
Here we go with some more practice starts.
Brandon Robinson quickest here in qualifying round number 1. That's a surprise. We expected the 32 to be up front, but maybe he just didn't push it too hard.
Yeah, but B-Rob, man, 4/10 faster is quite a bit. Dallas is right there with Davis, and Breyer's right there too as well. But Brandon must have put down a really good lap, or they found something. That Indian's running good today.
How about Bronson out there on that Harley-Davidson, the only Harley in this class, looking pretty solid. He's right there 6th.
Yeah, no, that bike's had a few years of development, but it is tough being the only one because you can't go to anyone with any ideas.
Absolutely. So round 1 of qualifying is all complete for all 3 classes. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get started with round number 2 of qualifying. There's my girlfriend. We'll see you later. We'll be right back.
DCT is an automatic transmission. You heard right. The Honda DCT is a fully automatic transmission. For a motorcycle, it'll shift faster than you can, at the right time, right speed, and right RPM. And when you want to shift for yourself, use paddle shifters mounted on the left handlebar. Take a DCT demo on a new Honda Africa Twin and other available models. Schedule your DCT demo right now at Al Lamb's Dallas Honda.
Something about your hands on the wheel, got a sexy touch. It's enough to make me and my Chevy blush. So long. Take it all off of that highway. Turn me on, not let you drive, babe. You can take it fast as you want to. Girl, little dirty looks damn good on you. Start me up, Stones on the radio. Girl, I love it when you let go. Don't waste your way in the wrong way. Get off on some 4x4 play.
The darkness is full of demons, hazy creatures who lurk in the shadows, prowling under the cloak of dusk. But we're not demons. We're beasts.
If you ever dreamed of blue skies, fresh air, and blue-green water, then look no further. If your idea of heaven on earth includes velvet golf courses, romantic evenings, and sun setting, then you owe it to yourself to check our Southwest Florida's beautiful Punta Gorda and its neighboring areas. At mydigitallisting.com, we have been making dreams come true for over a decade. Supporters of American Flat Track since 1999, our team of professionals are ready to help you find your vacation, investment, and permanent new residence in paradise.
From the flat track to the strip to the street, it's ARP fasteners for your bike. If it's for show or for go, ARP makes the highest quality and most dependable fasteners with strength for performance and good looks. The Speed Demons of American flat track racing trust ARP for maximum clamping force that leads to victory lane. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com, no matter what you drive.
Hi, I'm Randy Dye here with my son Daniel, an ARCA Menard Series race car driver, and Bill Gallagher from SolarFit.
Sadly, one teen suicide attempt occurs every 40 seconds. 90% of those who die by suicide have an underlying mental health disorder. Locally, we need more resources to support teen mental health.
So let's normalize the conversation and educate our community on mental health and suicide prevention. Together, we can save a life. To get involved, visit racingstopsuicide.com.
Firing up the motorcycles right out here at the Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. Scotty Dubler up here in the booth. We got a special guest this weekend, the Flying Tomato, Colby Carlisle, helping us out, giving us a little insight of what's going on. You were just on the racetrack just a few weeks ago. How many days ago was it there, Colby? How many days?
9 weeks.
9 weeks ago. So Carlisle went down at the I-70 half-mile. So your class is coming onto the racetrack right now. It's Mission Production Twins, sponsored by Vance & Hines. Harley-Davidson, Yamaha. I said 2 points difference between Janish. I was corrected immediately by Red. It is 6 points between Janish and Colby, between Janish and Corey Texter. How cool is it that if you finish in the top 4 spots, you get to move up and race in the Premier class?
That was so much fun.
Right?
That was so much fun. You kind of get to double dip a little bit. And then even at Volusia, Jesse and I were really in there. We were up there. And
like the 5th and 6th there for a little bit.
And then James Rispoli at Red Mile.
Exactly. So I think it's a good way to compare, the different brands of motorcycles.
Yeah, for sure. And just it gives us an opportunity as well, us riders, for the safety aspect to get up there with those guys and kind of learn more and see how we stack up.
Absolutely. There's Pat Buchanan, try to keep his leathers open, try to stay as cool as possible. It is a warm day out here in Lima. It usually is.
Yeah, no, it usually is. So preparation, nutrition, how much you've drank, it's all very important, but I'm excited to see what happens here between Jesse and Corey for round 3.
They have turned the bikes off right now. They said they want to drag it down a little bit further. Again, bringing that cushion back down there onto the racetrack. So how hard is that for you? If you're out there getting ready to go for qualifying, your bike's fired up, you've already probably put your shield down, getting ready to roll up there. Now they said, hold on just a second.
Yeah, no, you're hot. You've got someone hopefully there with an umbrella or a fan, some water.
Leaf blower.
Yep, no, like on my bike, one thing about the Harley is I did want to keep the engine cool as I could, so I would have a leaf blower on the radiator.
Not on you, trying to keep you cool. The bike was more important.
The bike's more important.
Absolutely. So the Harley-Davidson, you actually went to Vance & Hines, spent your hard-earned money and bought your that was the biggest purchase you've made of your life.
Yeah, and a lot of people didn't know that. I spent my own money. Every dollar was mine, and I was investing in myself. That was so important for me. I wasn't ready to be done. My mechanic's like, dude, we're going racing. I'm like, no, I don't want to. And he's like, let's go. So I went out, bought the bike. Vance & Hines has an amazing package. They sell a race-ready bike. I was able to go out, get a 4th, get a podium. Another podium was coming in Missouri.
Yep, and it's awesome. And you got Las Vegas Harley-Davidson. They came on board and helped you out, too.
Yeah, Las Vegas, they jumped on board. They were helping me with the funding for getting around race to race, which is a big part of it. But, yeah, I'm just so happy. It was a good decision, and I don't regret it at all.
Las Vegas Harley-Davidson was actually a big part of sponsoring the Roaders, who used to fly out here at this half-mile racetrack.
Yeah, no, Las Vegas Harley-Davidson, that was really cool for them to step on board. They haven't done this. It's under new ownership now, so they weren't connected when Jared was sponsored by him a few years ago, but he wanted to help me out. I was able to work out a deal, and it's really good.
They're throwing some free T-shirts right there on that front straightaway. Special thanks to Honda, who helps us out with the Honda Talon side-by-side, getting everybody around. There comes the shirts. There's Richie, and there's the Trophy Girls. They've got the Honda shirts. Looks like they got some help out there going up there into the stands. Make some noise. Want some free T-shirts. Thanks to Progressive Insurance and Honda for making that happen. They brought a bunch of shirts out here. Got a really cool T-shirt cannon. That thing can shoot a long ways around the racetrack.
Yeah.
Have you got to play with one of those yet?
No.
Maybe we can do that next week.
Yeah, we could try it in New York. I could jump like job to job until I can come back racing.
We'll find your niche, right? There goes the Honda T-shirts going up there into the crowd. They're going way up to the high side. Look at that. See
it's like a home run in baseball.
Right? We shot them out of the ballpark before. You don't want to do that. You know, you want everybody looking.
Someone's got to catch it.
There you go, exactly. So we got the fans, the grandstands are filling up. This is the big grandstands. They're little grandstands from here all the way around to turn number 4. Back behind those grandstands is the vendor row. There's a lot going on back there. The Rookies of 79, the Progressive Insurance Marketplace is back there. There's all kinds of cool stuff. You have to make your way around there on your little scooter.
Yeah, I haven't checked that out. I saw that at Laconia. It's a really cool setup they got, but my favorite spot is to see the people right up on the fence.
You had me at tacos. That was awesome. That was a Mission t-shirt he caught up there. That's cool. I hadn't seen that one yet. I thought it was Progressive Insurance and Honda shirts going up there.
I need to get that because anyone that says that, they would have me at tacos.
You like tacos,
Oh,
huh?
yeah.
All right. They had taquitos earlier.
Well, that's amazing that Mission came on board, you know. It takes a lot off us riders because when I was able to come here, I didn't have to buy food at the store before I came. I was able to eat lunch and dinner at the Mission, and I always knew it was going to be something healthy and good for me.
Absolutely. That taquitos. I didn't eat the good, good healthy stuff. I ate the really good fattening stuff.
There's salads.
Oh, really? What is that?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a look. We've been talking about how rough this racetrack is. It looks pretty smooth, actually, today, but we're going to take a look back, I think, from 2019. Here's an onboard Shayna Texter when she was on the factory Red Bull KTM. This is looking back towards her from the handlebars. You can see it is not a smooth section on this racetrack.
No, and this is lap 1. This is when it's absolutely smooth, and you can see right there the dirt on her shield, and that's really not that bad, but she will grab a tear off here soon.
There it goes. Look how fast she grabbed that.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, the straightaways aren't as long as you would think. Right there, that's bad. That's see, she wiped it. Yep.
That one. Doesn't that smear?
But that's worst case scenario. You have to do that because she couldn't see it all there. She didn't have time to rip it, but she did smear it.
Just a split-second difference right there. I look like the 122 Dalton Gauthier is on the inside, those bright yellow and pink leathers, and she's getting another roost full right here in her face. She tucks in. There she goes by Dalton right there, and she reaches up, grabs another tail.
What
That's
a
already
cool
3
shot.
right there.
Yeah, I mean, she'd have to have 30, I would imagine. And then, see the bottom, that's as dirty as it gets. She's blacked out. Right there, again, she can't see anything. There's no way.
And she wipes again, and then now she reaches up, and I love this shot. It's so cool.
And the wipe is terrible. I mean, it's good enough to see a little bit, so you won't run off the track, but it's not clear at all.
You can just see how much physically they're all over the motorcycle, hanging on, pulling, going back, and then trying to think about reaching up and grabbing a tear off at the same time.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this view of Shayna riding.
She's one of our smaller riders out there, and she does know how to ride a motorcycle. Another face full of roost right there.
Yeah, that hurt. She for sure got some welts and bruises on her arm after this one.
Absolutely. So she has a good run out here. This on the factory Red Bull KTM.
She's moving around a lot then.
Bikes are rolling onto the racetrack. Production Twins back onto the racetrack. This is their final round of qualifying.
Yeah, and they split up. Corey and Jesse aren't side by side. Corey waited. Jesse took off.
Shayna's brother. Corey Texter.
No.
Or Cruz's dad. Or the defending champion of this class, Corey Texter. However you want to look at it.
Yeah, actually, the Bear nickname came from my dad and I.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it started. It's a long story, though.
All right. The Bear out there on the 1, and he has split himself apart from the 33 of Jesse Janish. Janish looks like he is way out in front. Corey says, all right, maybe he's listening to us saying, what are we doing out here? Just qualifying.
Yeah, and he's on that bike again, that new chassis, that his own bike. So I'm interested to know, it might be the linkage is what's making it better today over the bumps. I haven't been able to ever ride that bike. I'm not sure exactly which chassis it is.
Slides way back on the seat. Like I said, it almost looks like he's standing up right there, pushing as much weight onto those foot pegs and pushing it back on the handlebars.
Corey's always been really good at that weight transition. That gives him the traction off the corner, gets that extra bite. Right
there he goes, sliding it all the way back, grabbing a handful of throttle down the back straight away.
Man, he's in first.
That's the straight away. Yeah, he's got the top speed so far. 2.5. That's the first time they're in the 25-second range, so they're finding some speed right now. The track
he's looking good.
Is it the track getting faster, or they're getting it dialed in? What do you think?
Dialed in, but I think the cushion's starting to come up more too, so you got some more to grab onto, more to bump off of.
I would think that would slow you down the deeper it would be.
As long as you don't make the mistake and go over it. You have to just bump it.
There's the 51s. Cole Zabala on that Yamaha there. I love those black and yellow leathers. He gets way up there by the fence as we switch up to the 25. The Holly Hot Rod, Ben Lau from Holly, Michigan. He squares off that corner, comes off the bottom. He slides back there on the XG 750 Harley-Davidson as the white flag comes out. Good lap right there. He moves up to fourth.
He did a good job there. He was up really high, as you can see again there, but he's squaring it off coming off the bottom. You have to do that. You can't run around the top the whole way. If you're going to go in high, you have to cut across.
So he's actually cutting distance off the racetrack, too.
Yeah, and I like that line. That's a good one. It's able to change it up, too, because most people are going to try to run right around the middle. So with Ben getting that prepared, that's a good passing opportunity.
Ralph, he had a good question earlier today while we were off air. He asked you if it's harder to do a slide job on a track like this or easier on a track like this, and what was your answer?
I think this is probably one of the easiest tracks to do this slide job because you can run high, low. There's no line where you can't run here because the traction's going to be the same. You're not going to slide out because you're up in dust or anything. So you can come in low, cut across someone, maybe block them a little bit.
Well, I don't know if I want to write this time down yet, but right now, Corey Texter has the top spot. Cameron Smith is right behind him, and he's yet to come out in this second round, so we'll have to see if he can knock him off. Right now, it's the defending champ, Corey Texter, with the quick time, 2:5.972 for the Bear. Corey Texter, he just takes a look over at the mobile view big screen right there. He wants to see where he stacked up.
Yeah, I always did that, and he did a little celebration. That's cool. That's a really fast lap time for Corey, and you could tell how focused he was there. He was able to not go out right behind Jesse, which was a smart decision. You know, gave him the clear track, and now he's rewarded with a first place.
One more group to go here in Mission Production Twins, sponsored by Vance and Hines class. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, group number 2 of the Production Twins qualifying for round number 2.
At Indian Motorcycle, we challenge ourselves every day to live up to the trailblazing spirit of our founders. We're proud to share our passion with others as we realize we're all part of something bigger. We're here to inspire the next generation of riders. If you're on 2 wheels, you're with us. Our best days are still ahead. Indian Motorcycle, make the first move.
Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of cc's circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Rev those taste buds with fast and easy-to-create recipes that are Winner's Circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Drag Specialties, a major sponsor of today's action, welcomes Lima race fans. At Drag Specialties, our commitment to riding is a way of life. That's why we want to remind you that when you're ready to tackle maintenance or add performance and style to your ride, make your first stop a local dealer who stocks products from Drag Specialties. Drag Specialties. Enjoy the races. S&S Cycle is the official exhaust manufacturer of the Indian Wrecking Crew and the premier brand for V-Twin performance parts. Check out the S&S Cycle display in the vending area to learn more. When you need the best in protection and performance for whatever you ride or drive, you need Liqui-Moly oils and additives. Be sure to stop by their display in the vending area for more info about Liqui-Moly, the official oil of the Lima Half-Mile. Motion Pro is proud to provide you with innovative tools that help you maintain and repair your motorcycle, ATV, and UTV. Check into your local dealer to see their broad line of products used by professional racers and first-time riders alike, or visit their website at motionpro.com. We are proud to join with race fans everywhere in working to ensure that our sport gets bigger and more exciting each season. And you, too, can support the sport by visiting your local dealer who stocks products from Parts Unlimited. They've got the very best in high-performance parts and accessories and the best support network in the business. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport.
Proven performance is not some sort of empty slogan or marketing catchphrase, but a way of thinking, a mantra, and something we've practiced every day of the week for the last 6 decades. Designed, manufactured, and tested in the heartland of America. On and off the track, S&S Cycle is the first choice in power sports performance.
You can see the track prep continues on between every session out. I'm Scotty Dubler up here in the announcer's booth, and joining me is number 36, Colby Carlisle, the Flying Tomato, for you folks trying to figure it out at home. Colby, are you having fun up here today?
Yeah, no, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm getting more comfortable. I got the legs kicked back now, and I'm having a good time. Hopefully, I'm doing well.
Not nervous right now?
Not anymore.
All right, so I like hearing the stories when we're off air, too. That's kind of fun, too, to fill in some time. But here comes the water truck, going to make its way around. They pit outside of turn number 1. That's going into turn 1, now into turn number 2. Looks like the water truck's just picking up the pace a little bit. He'll spray it where the track needs it, but man, what a fun track.
Yeah, it was such a fun track, especially when they groom it. You get the fresh track, you got the fresh water in the first lap. Especially if you're going out first, if you're leading your group out, just hold that thing wicked. The twins do have to let off a little bit. It's more of a roll off than a let off. You're still on the gas a little bit, but you can't hold that quite wide open. Well, maybe you can.
How much brake do you use?
I don't use too much here, not so much.
Did you ever drag your rear brake like we've seen Kenny Coolbeth, who kind of mastered that? Did you ever use that technique?
Yeah, I did a lot. And then so on the Yamaha, we got a really good electronics guy, and then this thing was a brake sensor on it.
Oh.
So then I'd say something, and they'd be like, come in here, look at this, and they would yell at me.
They'd straighten you right out, huh? So. Yeah, that's weird. Technology with the sensors and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, it was cool. On the Yamaha, we were able to do a lot last year. You know, we had some traction control stuff, the brake stuff, suspension sensors. It's really good. And I learned a lot doing that. I was able to go back at the truck and say, hey, there's a bump right here. The bike's not doing this. And they're like, okay, yeah, we see that. It traveled too much.
Wow. That's amazing.
Very
cool. That is so cool. So the water truck pulls off. They're going to fire at the bikes here in just a second. Mission Production Twins. That is sponsored by Vance and Hines. We do have an open paddock area a little bit later on. It looks like from 8 o'clock until about 8:50. Also, don't forget, get your raffle tickets from the rookie class of 79 to get that beautiful Jay Springsteen print. It has been signed. It is a 1 of 26. As here they come onto the racetrack, Production Twins. Group number 2, Jeremiah Duffy's in the catbird spot.
Yeah, let's see if anyone can match Corey's time or better it. But, man, that's a really fast lap. 1.5 tenths better than Cameron.
Cameron Smith, he's sitting and waiting right there on the 34, wants to clear racetrack, and everybody's kind of taking their time. He doesn't want to go out too late, but he also doesn't want to go out right behind somebody, so they'll start picking up the pace. Keep your eyes on the 34. He was fastest in practice, round 1 and 2. He's just getting up to full song right here, going through the gearbox. He'll drop to the bottom. Cam Smith on the 34.
Foot up. He's feeling good. You can just see that. He was sideways, foot up right there, and that's something that shows comfort. He does have enough room from the next rider to be able to get a good lap here on the first one.
And he's also running those handguards I was talking about. I would too. I definitely would. Oh, he had his foot backwards, back by the swing arm.
One thing that you do got to worry about here, though, is coming off of the fast time last time. You can try too hard here, and that can slow you down.
Push it a little bit too hard as we watch his foot. He's again got the foot way back by the rear axle almost.
Yeah, and normally there I'd almost say he was a little high, but he kept that thing wide open, and he's got really good momentum. The pendulum's swinging right now. He's keeping the speed through the corner.
Putting the foot out there. He's going to put it up on the foot peg right about here. Slide the weight back over that rear wheel, taking him. Here he comes. We'll see how fast this lap is. He doesn't have a quick lap. He doesn't have a lap recorded in this round, and it's going to come about 26.492 that lap. So he's going to have to find a little bit more speed.
Yeah, I think if he maybe drop down a little bit there off of 2, he keeps going up a little high. Maybe come in a little higher into 1, and then you're able to exit lower off of 2.
There's the 34 right here. We're watching Cam Smith, currently second. He was fastest in that first round of qualifying, fastest in qualifying round 2, or fastest in qualifying round 1, fastest in practice. Right now, fastest in qualifying round 2 is the one of Corey Texter. Look at Michael Hill way up the racetrack on the 47.
Way up there. That's where you get to roost the fans.
That's too far up there, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's too high.
Maybe the victory lap place to be?
Well, they got to be nice to the fans.
Well, true. You want him to come back. He's taking a look down. Michael Hill looks like maybe the steel shoe might have been dragging almost.
Yeah, but he got roosted so hard that bike slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, because the 34 Cameron Smith catching him in a hurry. White flag is out. Last lap qualifying round number 2, Production Twins. Is anybody going to beat Corey Texter? Right now he's at 2:5.972. Look at Cameron Smith making a quick work right there of the 47.
Right there, yeah. He was going a little high. He put his right leg off actually to get the bike to turn left more.
Is this maybe has somebody to go chase after? Maybe this will be a quick lap for the number 34. Here they come to the checkered flag. Raymond Rizzo waving the checkered. Here comes the 22, and there's the 34. Will it be quick enough? Not quite. That time by was a 2:06.910, so he'll have to settle in for second. That'll still be good enough for a pole in the semifinal.
Yeah, no, that's really good, but something was up there in the second session. He didn't look as comfortable, so maybe he was riding harder. Maybe he made a bike change, but you could just see the way the bike was handling and the way he was riding it. He didn't have that comfort like in session 1.
Absolutely. So quick time overall, unofficial, Corey Texter at 2:05.972. He'll have your pole position here in our Mission Production Twins, sponsored by Vance and Hines. Right behind him, Ben Lau. A couple of Harley-Davidson, second and third. Ben Lau, 26.2. Jesse Danish, 26.4. So a little bit of a gap back from first to third. Look at that big break right there. I mean, that's a pretty big gap.
Dominant for Corey.
Corey found something.
Yeah, dominant for Corey. That was a really good session. He's on that new bike that he hasn't raced at an AFT race before. Jesse, he told us he wasn't super comfortable here at Lima. He's about 4/10 back right now, but I expect that. In a championship competitor like him, your goal here is to get a top 3. You want to get on the podium. You want to get those points as close as you can, but I think Jesse's going to come up with something.
We're a little bit behind schedule right now. A cool guy just stepped in behind you that we were talking about earlier to help raise money for the injured riders. Rookies of 79, they got a beautiful print of Jay Springsteen. Get your raffle tickets. That thing will be going home with somebody tonight. They're only $5 a piece. You're going to go get some when we get done here.
Yeah, for sure. That thing's cool. And I'm back with my parents right now because I needed help with a broken back, and my mom's taking care of my dog. Thanks, Mom. But yeah, no, I need some artwork for my wall, and that Jay Springsteen artwork would look really good.
You going to put it at your house, or you're going to take it to the helmet shop?
No, it's going to my house.
Okay, all right. Appreciate it. So we got all kinds of stuff happening out here. We'll try to talk to Charlie Roberts here in just a little bit. Colby Carl up here in the booth with me. We're working our way through our final round of qualifying. All right, we'll take a look at some riding the cushion from last year. There's the 43 Rispoli, the 34 Bronson, the 20 bike of Vandekoy, some replays from last year. Look at the super slow motion. Look at the packed crowd. There's the 95 JD Beach. Look how fun they're having, Colby.
Yeah, I saw part of me there not getting a good start.
Well, what are you doing? Are you sleeping on the line?
I guess.
Or you just dropped the clutch too much?
I like starting here. One thing about here is on like the 450, I would sit almost with my butt on the rear fender and put it in second gear instead of first. I usually always start in first. I'd put it in second here, and you could just go almost wide open, dump the clutch, and I'd really get a pretty good start almost every time on the 450.
We want to say thanks to Brian in the truck for those great clips right there. They were spectacular. I'm just giving them a hard time. See, I can do that. See, they can.
I'm easily dispensable.
He'll get even with me later on. So Charlie Roberts is walking around in the front side grandstands. If you're back here on the back straightaway, go to the front side. They got a booth set up. Stop by and see Alan. If you want to get your raffle tickets, they got number plates, posters. They got some beautiful iron cutouts. They got Nikki Hayden one over there. I think I might have to take that home with me.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And they got some other ones that are autographed. They got posters. Colby Carlisle, you have benefited so much from the Rookie Class 79, so thanks to everything that they do. So now's a good time to do that before we get started with all the racing action. So we got a lot going on. We're having some fun out here when we get back onto the racetrack. AFT singles are coming up next. Here in just a moment, we'll have the singles rolling out onto the racetrack. Cody Kopp will be on the 12 bike. He will lead them out. He is their current points leader. He has been on fire this season, Colby.
So amazing, so amazing. He's on that new KTM, the Red Bull Factory team, and, man, he has just been absolutely dominant. He's been smoking the field. He's been consistent. Last week, he had an amazing performance. He's got my old mechanic, actually. He's working with Andrew Butler, and Andrew knows how to win a championship. We did it together, so Cody's got the right mechanic there for the job, and he's really impressing me.
Andrew Butler with the little man ponytail up here, man bun. What is it? What is that going on? What's he doing?
I'm not sure. I had the man bun. We had the long hair for a while, but I'm not sure what he's doing.
So now the trend in the pits is the mustache?
Don't change it, though, because it's working.
Right, exactly.
We're not changing that.
So he's going to keep that going, but the trend seems to be mustache. I saw Vandekoy's got one now. He's got a red mustache like yours.
And as long as they all know that, me and my mechanic had him first. That's what's going to happen.
So you're the trendsetter. They're just the followers.
That's fine with me. And Nick Armstrong. He had one at Volusia, too.
He had a nice mustache going on at Volusia. So lots going on out here. Paperwork flying everywhere here in the findingthefinish.org stuff going on. They have Colby Carlisle number plates at the tent. He will sign them, and they all have the money will help go to you. They also got some Sammy Halbert plates down there. Sammy's going to be down there at the Progressive Marketplace signing autographs. They got new Sammy Halbert t-shirts. So there's all kinds of stuff, but stop by the Rookie Class 39. Help out this guy beside me, Colby Carlisle. Always needs some help right now with the injuries. He's trying to get back to it. Still going to school full-time. You're doing everything online right now.
Yeah, no, doing it all online. I'm thinking of a career after racing, and I have been blessed with the opportunity to go to college and be able to learn that. And I want to figure out what I'm going to do afterwards. I haven't decided yet, but...
Haven't decided what you're going to do after racing, huh? So you're saying you're not done racing.
I mean, maybe,
is that what you're saying?
No, I can't promise anything yet.
Oh, all right. I'm just making sure, just checking. So I hear a lot of stuff firing up behind me, so we'll see what's coming up next. Is your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles sponsored by Kicker. Here's a look at some of the footage from pushing the cushion out here on this beautiful Lima Half-Mile. Looks like they got it figured out in the truck. There's Briar. That looks like Oklahoma City right there. Up in some deep stuff.
I like that place. I like any place that's loose, like these rider tracks where, you know, they get the bumps. It's really all about the rider holding it on the longest, going over the bumps, how good your suspension works. So OKC Mile, Minnesota Mile, New Jersey Mile, all those horse tracks were my kind of deal.
Look at that rear wheel just spinning. The front tire was just barely touching the ground right there. That was awesome. That was a good shot.
And also, like with Springfield Mile, I like a track where you can move around. I don't like the small groove. I want to be able to go up the track, down the track, anywhere around.
Bikes are rolling onto the track. Final round of qualifying for your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, sponsored by Kicker. They're getting them into gear, shifting up through the gearbox, putting that shield down and going to work. Cop on the 12, Michelin on the 13, 79 is Gautier, 48 Trentlow, 21 Trevor Bruner, 106 Chase Sadoff, 26 is Aiden Roos Evans, and the 54 is Michael Inderbitzen. Can anybody stop this number 12 bike? Right now, he's been fastest in practice and qualifying round one.
No, I'd like to be Cody Kopp right now. You know, he's feeling good. The bike's working amazing. He's just confident, and confidence builds. It's going to keep getting better and better for him.
You know, you were at home watching the Laconia short track. He looked like he was riding that motorcycle, like all over the bike, but he looked smooth at the same time, if that makes sense.
So smooth, and then he made that one mistake on the last lap, but how good he was through the beginning part of the race didn't matter.
So he was so far in front, that one mistake didn't seem to slow him down. So that's Kopp out in front on the 12 bike. Remember, his dad Smoking Joe Kopp won out here 3 times back in the day. He's got hand guards on as well.
Yeah, smart decision. Andrew knows what he's doing with that bike, and I had hand guards on my bike when I was here as well.
On the backside, the 12 bike starting to pull away. 26.128 his last lap so far. He's got one book. We go back to the Mobile View Rookie of the Year leader, 106 Chase Sadoff. Finished third of that Laconia short track. And there he is. Look at him go. Left foot's flying up here. We'll take a look back at a replay of the 21. Trevor Bruner dancing across the top side. Here he comes, the back end trying to come all around on him. Oh, caught a little traction.
Yeah, that bounced him off a little bit, but just water under the fridge. No big deal. Very easy for him to bring that back.
Did you say water under the fridge or water under the bridge?
Water under the fridge.
I like that. So that's when you lose your ice cube and you just kick it underneath the fridge?
Exactly.
Kind of same thing?
Yeah, same things your parents yell at
Save that for later. 106 Chase Sadoff. He's currently 6th right now in the overall combined times. It's Cody Kopp still with the first round fastest lap of 2:5.911. His fastest lap in this session is a 2:6.088, so he's just a skosh off.
I wish I could see a comparison of, say, Chase Sadoff riding in 1 gear and 4th gear, and then what it does for him to go to 3rd and 4th. I'd just like to see how much of a difference it is, but he is a young kid, so he's grown up with this shifting tactic.
He's shaking his head
he's
right
not
there.
Happy
He
there.
knew he went too high, right?
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what it did, but he is frustrated. And you can't let that get to you. You got to put it in.
Big P throwing that checkered flag, shutting him down right here on the front side. So that's going to be it first. Group number 1 here in our second round of qualifying. There's Aiden Roos Evans at 26. Looks like he's getting things figured out. He's up here, looks like about 6th, 7th, and 8th in the point standings. 7th. Let me correct myself. There's Sadoff.
And Sadoff, with a good qualifying, you know, he's going to be 3rd overall. That's really impressive. Well, 3rd overall so far. But he's a little frustrated. He's crawling back to the pits pretty quick. He must not. He wants to go tell the mechanic something he can change. But it's really impressive what he's doing.
What was impressive a few weeks ago at the Red Mile, that was only his 3rd time to ever race a mile. So explain this to our fans a lot of these riders don't get any mile experience. I know the Amateur Nationals are going to DuQuoin this year, so they will get an opportunity to ride a mile, but that's once a year, right, as an amateur?
Yeah, and it's very different in the professional class because I think at Red Mile there's probably 6 or 7 of them in the group. So you have to know how to respect each other. You're at such high speeds, you have to have the respect, but you have to be careful of the draft sucking you into the corner. That's something these kids don't have experience with when they're amateurs. And even at the amateur mile, you don't experience that sucking. It's not quite as strong. So it's really impressive for Chase to do that. I actually, at Indy Mile, on the first year in the Super Twins class, I came in too fast into turn 3 on lap 1 and I laid it down.
There you go. So the AFT singles, this second round of qualifying, group number 2 will be coming out next. It's your Parts Unlimited AFT singles sponsored by Kicker. We'll be right back to Lima.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of cc's circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Rev those taste buds with fast and easy-to-create recipes that are Winner's Circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Johnny Lewis, American Flat Track racer, but also I run the Roy Enfield Slide School. Having Senna as a product that I use to kind of get the information to somebody quickly. You know, I'm able to communicate with them directly so they can see it right in that moment.
You're picking the throttle too soon. Go faster down the straightaway.
Work with Senna has allowed me to help make people faster, but also safer on the motorcycle.
Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of cc's circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Rev those taste buds with fast and easy-to-create recipes that are Winner's Circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Everything we do at the track shapes what we build for the street and the dirt.
You can see how bad these guys want it. A race to the line.
For us, racing is not for the trophies or the glory. We compete because it makes everything we do faster, more durable, and tested to a higher standard. For S&S, racing is the ultimate in proven performance, and we've been proving it since 1958.
Tonight, we've seen multiple lines, draft passing, should be really exciting, so here we go. Oh, this is spectacular. Here in front of a huge crowd in a key race.
Hey, Central New York race fans. Progressive American Flat Track is back for an epic event at Weedsport Speedway in Weedsport, New York on Saturday, July 2nd. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
And welcome back to the Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. I'm Scotty Dibler. Up here in the booth with me is the Flying Tomato, Colby Carlisle, for a couple more sessions. We have 2 sessions left here in the singles. We'll have 1 session left in our Mission Super Twins of qualifying. We are behind the 8 ball a little bit. We'll try to play catch-up as soon as we can. We have opening ceremonies. It was scheduled for 6:10. We're obviously not going to make that. We do have an open paddock area also. If you don't get to go to the open paddock area, don't forget you can go to the pits after the races are done. And how cool is it, Colby, to me meet the fans during the open paddock area or after the races.
It's really cool. You get to hear stories. People can tell you stories about back in the day when they were racing, or they're just a really big fan of yours and they want a photo. And all the riders are so friendly. So go up to any of them. A lot of them have autograph sheets. Some of them have merchandise, and they'll all talk to you and give you time. And we appreciate it just as much as their fans do.
And that's one thing I really love about our sport. Our athletes are so accessible.
Yeah, I could be eating a salad trying to get ready for the night show, and I'll drop everything, go talk to someone.
Get your Sharpie out, sign whatever they bring. Of course, it's cool to sign something like that's Yamaha related when you're on that team, or a Harley. If you're on a Harley now.
Yeah, during the open paddock, I'll be back there on the knee scooter. Come give me some critiques if you got some.
Where are you going to be at?
Just
wherever
my scooter ends up.
All right, so look for the Flying Tomato if you want to meet him. He'll be out there in just a little bit. We have 2 groups left here of our Parts Limited AFT single, sponsored by Kicker Performance Audio. Be sure and check them out. If you need any sound system stuff, get some Kicker Performance Audio. Here comes group number 2, 113 Gage Smith, 99 Kevin Stallings, the 19 is James Ott, 24 Hunter Bauer, 82 Travis Pedden, 80 is Brandon Kitchen, 63 is the Jet Jared Lowe, the 55 that's Raggio. Trying to come up with a nickname for him. He's begging me for one. I think Little.
Little Ragu. Someone suggested that. Yeah, we got Brandon Kitchen out there again. He's 2nd overall right now. Let's see what he can lay down on the first lap. I really think today could be a good breakout day for him.
I would kind of like to see the 24 put in a quick lap, too, because he's used to these kind of racetracks. He won last weekend in Welland. I'm talking about Hunter Bauer, the Canadian rider. There he is on the NKR KTM. He looks pretty comfortable right there.
Yeah, he's loose. He's feeling good. He's able to keep moving forward. Let's see what he can put down. But, yeah, I expect him to be able to do good on this cushion.
Elbows up going into the corner. That's where you want it, but now he's kind of fighting the bike a little bit right here in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, coming off a little high. And you know that. When you come off that high, you know your lap's probably not going to be the one you want.
So you try to forget that. Try to focus on this lap, right?
You just have to focus. You have to change your line. You can't let the bike drift up like that.
You hit that bump right there. You kind of almost have to let off sometimes. You get that rear tire off the ground. It's not making traction. You're not driving forward.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, because if you do let off, the bike's going to want to go up the track, because then you lose the wheel spin. You want to have the wheel spinning to help you turn. Right there, that was a much better corner.
Brandon Kitchen, fastest lap at 2:06.384 here in the second round. So his first round was a little bit faster, 2:05.997. So it looked like some of the bikes were going faster in this second round, but some of them are slowing down just a little bit.
Yeah, and now at this point for Brandon, he's 2nd overall. He knows that probably. The best thing you can do is move up to 1st, but honestly, 2nd might be a better choice, You get to watch the first group, watch where they're riding, and he's got the confidence now going into the night show.
And just from that last shot, it looked like it was getting dusty down that back straightaway, so they might need to put a little bit more water on that back straightaway.
Yeah, they might need to, but they got this figured out. They're doing a good job.
Absolutely. And cushion track, it's going to get dusty. It's just part of it, fact of life.
Yeah, and the track actually doesn't look quite as deep as I've had it in the past, which is good for these 450s. They're able to get through it. Like right there, normally, that's such a deep wall. You go over it, and you can just see the bikes completely upset.
Slow down, too, when they go over that wall, too. So there's a look at the Kitchen bike, the 80 bike. We'll look a little bit back for side-by-side battle right here. Kevin Stallings and Jared Lowe. The checkered flag comes out. Raymond Rizzo throwing the checkered flag out here. Quickest in this round was the number 80, Brandon Kitchen, a 3:06.384. Looks like the fastest lap out here in this one. So that was group number 2. There's one more group to go. You're looking at the 113 of Gage Smith. He told me yesterday, he says, I do not like cushions. I'm going to try to get some seat time. I said, what's your goal for today? And he said to go out here and just make that main event, keep his Rookie of the Year hopes alive. That's a lot of money put up by Mobile View.
Yeah, that is. And I actually was able to get a big award for, I think it was under 21 when I won my championship. It was the Rising Star Award, which is similar in a way.
Right.
And that was good money.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes you a long way. So, you want to earn as much as you can and as much prestigious stuff as you can, because you can always look back. There's only one Rookie of the Year every year.
Yeah, and you get confidence from that, too.
Absolutely.
Next year, whoever gets the Rookie of the Year, they're going to come in next year knowing they had that, and they're going to feel good about it, knowing, all right, now I want to take the next step. I want to be the champion.
How about this? KTM, Honda, Yamaha, Husqvarna. 4 brands in the top 4 spots. That's hard to see out here in the singles qualifying. There's one more group to go of your AFT singles in our qualifying, and then we'll switch our attention on over to the Mission Super Twins, and that will be it for qualifying. We have opening ceremonies after that, and then we'll get into the meat of the program. All of your semifinals, 2 semifinals for every class. We'll take the top 8 riders out of the semifinals into the main events. The top 2 out of the semifinals for the Super Twins and the singles will go into 2 separate Dash for for Cashes. How cool is it now to have a Dash for Cash in the singles class?
That's really cool. It helps those guys. It's a good bit of money. It gives them a little more track time. And actually, Lima, this is the only place that I was able to make a Dash for Cash in the Super Twins last year.
How'd that feel?
It was cool.
Yeah.
It was very cool. Rewarding for my team.
I could definitely tell you love this place.
Yeah, no, I like Lima. And I was, like I said, it was rewarding for my team and just to put us in there and, have a good showing. And also, a big thing was I was able to test something in that session for the main event.
Okay. So you can go out there and test something. Maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. Change back if it didn't work out. So, Colby, you grew up in Canandaigua, New York. What was your closest racetrack when you first started racing as a youngster?
There was a track about 25 minutes away called Paradise Speedway. It was a quarter mile. It kind of looks like the place we're going to in Wisconsin, actually. But it really got me to have good throttle control. Some nights it'd be slippery, some nights it'd be tacky, and I really give a lot of my success to that. But another track that was really cool was Medina TT, and that's probably one of my favorite tracks besides here. And actually, I think I probably like that a little more than here. It's fun. It's a really cool TT track with a lot of elevation changes.
So you grew up in, super dirt country. A lot of race cars up there. Super dirt cars up there. Did it help you growing up in a car area, or did it hurt you, or did you race on some of the car tracks like that?
It's in my blood. My uncle and my cousin both race dirt cars, so it's in my blood there, and that actually helped me get my start because we'd go to the tracks, and then we noticed some motorcycles, and that kind of got one thing going, and then my dad wanted me to do it, so it almost started us in a way.
Okay, so the cars kind of forced you or made you open your eyes to some flat track motorcycles. So are cars in your future? Have you thought about that?
Maybe get me in a Porsche road course. I wouldn't say no.
All right.
I'm not driving a sprint car, though. Part of the Estenson team, they've got Tim's nephew.
Little
racing.
Tim, right?
Yeah. So I sat in one of those cars, and I was like, what's this between my legs? It's
That's
the drive shaft. I'm not doing that. There's no way.
Yeah, they are either in gear or out of gear.
Yeah, no, that's not for me.
Really?
Well,
Man, that's the
Porsches.
Look at everybody's waving at us out here, and we got a lot of fans showing up over here. See all the fans join us. Look at this full house out here in the main grandstand. Say hi to everybody tuning in on fanschoice.com. If you're watching at home, watching the free feed, you have to switch on over to Fans Choice here real soon before opening ceremonies get started. Again, that was supposed to start about 2 minutes ago, so we're behind just a little bit. We'll get started with that as soon as our qualifying is all done. There's one more group to go in your singles class, and then we'll have one group left in your Mission Super Twins qualifying.
Yeah, let's see. I'm interested mainly for the Super Twins. I really want to know if Jared's going to be able to put in a good time or if Dallas is going to be able to bounce back to the top of the group.
Or Brandon Robinson. He had fastest in qualifying round one.
Well, I was just putting him up there right automatically.
All right. Okay, all right.
Brandon's good here. He's a really good Lima rider.
Why do you think he is good here? He grew up in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of cushion tracks like this too there, right? But there's a lot of car tracks there.
It just might be that he feels comfortable here. He's a really tall rider. He's physically fit. His fitness is really good. He's got confidence. Once you win once here, it's just confidence.
He's got a pretty neat mustache.
I haven't seen it yet.
They said it's pretty cool, and he was rocking some aviators. So
yeah,
they said
if you got a good mustache, we're calling those slick daddies.
Slick daddies. That's coming from Colby Carlisle, not from this guy.
Yeah, I'll claim it.
All right. So I know you've been getting a lot of text messages. I have too. Everybody says you're doing a wonderful job. We appreciate you stopping by the booth here today. I know there's 2 more sessions to go, and we'll hand things on over to that guy sitting beside you. Ralph Shaheen's going to take over here in just a little bit, and he'll lead the show from here on out in just a little while.
Yeah, that dude's a legend. I remember growing up as a kid listening to Ralph announce, and I don't want to age him, but he's an amazing, really good announcer, and he's been giving me a few tips tonight, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate him moving to the side so I can try this out.
Well, he's over there just chomping at the bit, waiting to get in your spot. No, I'm just kidding. He's enjoying sitting over there, listening to the insight that you've been giving us.
Yeah, I would look, but I can't turn my neck quite that far yet.
Okay, well, keep that neck stable right there. There's some fans down there, some little fans hanging out in that front row. There they are. There you go. Wave at the camera. Hey, how you doing? Did you do that when you were little?
No, I was a shy little kid.
Whatever.
I swear, but those kids are having a blast. Coming to an American flat track race is always a good time.
All right. There.
That's where I'm going to be in about 20 minutes.
The Mission Tent. That's where you're going next?
Yes, sir.
I believe that's Ben Grove's dog right there, I believe. He's kind of hung up in his leash.
All tangled up.
Help his right front leg. He's kind of hung up. There's Ben over there on the left.
That's a good boy.
Ben is, or the dog?
The dog.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Getting ready to roll out onto the racetrack. The final group of AFT singles getting set to go out here today.
Are you allowed to make predictions, Scotty?
I try not to, because I try not to have any favorites.
Okay.
You know, what I want is great racing in all three classes.
Okay.
Yep. The printer's fired up over there. We're going to get ready to get our semifinals here real soon. So just a FYI, we're in the findingthefinish.com facility where we're at. Ralph's throwing papers at us. Tell he's having a good day over there, right?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to watch some line choices, seeing what Chad's going. Chad's teammate right behind him. I'm interested to know what Sammy Helbert's been coaching these two guys, or all four of them, but these two.
Well, Sammy was pretty dang good out here himself. He won it back-to-back in 2011 and 2012. If I'm not mistaken, he had a good battle with Henry Wiles back in 2010 also.
Yeah, even on the podium with his champagne.
Yep, exactly. There's the 119, the kid, Logan McGrain, right there. He's got his bright orange taped up helmet. Getting a little bit sideways on that 119.
Yeah, that loses traction there. That's not sideways. You don't want to be that sideways.
Loses a little bit of time as well, so they'll get the fastest lap they can. This is it for qualifying. We're also trying to keep our eyes out there in the 3:59. Tom Drain, I see him on the racetrack. He hasn't got a time recorded just yet, so he might get the very back of the pack as we're going back out front. Chad Coates on the 49. There's McGrain on the 119. Kid Logan McGrain. I used to race against his dad. Yeah, Big Tom. Or Little Tom, how are you going to look at it?
Yeah, Justin does a little bounce there. You can see he hits the cushion a little bit, pops him up.
How much did you race against him? He's a little bit older than you, but he's from Holly, or he's up there, New York.
Justin, yeah, I raced against him a lot. He actually helped me get into the sport quite a bit. He was able to teach me.
And they had a motorcycle shop too, right? Or did...
But Logan, man, he's getting a little bit sideways there. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe the suspension's a little bit off, or the line choice, maybe he can move up a little bit and hit the cushion a little more.
Tom Drain lays down his fastest lap, the Australian, a 2:06.089. Here comes Tom Drain.
Very impressive. And him coming from Australia, too, might have a little bit of confidence. He's never had to race any of his kids.
So he doesn't know.
Yeah, they're all new. Nothing scares him. Nothing intimidates him. This is just him going for it. And coming all the way from Australia, I mean, there's got to be a little pressure there. You got to give it your all.
One bike coasting to a stop on the front straightaway. Checkered flag already coming out here with the speedy cam. There is Drain right there, the 359. Waters Auto Body KTM down the back straightaway.
And this might give him a chance, too. If he can showcase a really good performance here today, he might have a chance to stay here in America and keep racing and keep the whole series going.
That'd be awesome. Be good for the Waters Auto Body team as well. 57 off the pace. That's Ian Wolf. As we take a look at the 359 checkered flag is out. They'll take this nice cool down lap before they pull off. Jordan Jeans over here looks like he might have went down there trying to get his bike fired up. I didn't see anybody go down, but the checkered flag is out, so no harm, no foul except for him.
Right? You can see all that tape he's got on there. That's a good showcase of it. He doesn't want his handlebars, his frame, all that stuff, the forks to get dinged up, because when you do ride this cushion track, it pits everything and it really ruins it.
So Cody Kopp, unofficially your fast time. His fastest lap was in the first round, a 2:5.911. His fastest lap in this session was a 2:6.088. So he's pretty much backing up what he had in the first round in round number 2.
That's another thing that was big on our last team to look for is consistency. It's one thing to get one fast lap, but if you can do another lap within, tenths or hundredths, that's big. That shows that you're really feeling good, and it just wasn't one lucky one.
Big crowd stand up against the fence, getting set to watch it. Look at that Smoking Joe Kopp signing one of the Lima Legends posters right there. Smoking Joe Kopp. He won it out here 3 times. Kopp won quite a few times, actually 3 times. Looks like back in 03, 04, and 2008. Smoking Joe Kopp, your 2000 Grand National Champion.
Got to be a proud dad right now. All his hard work, teaching Cody throughout the years, showing the process, and now it's all paying off. Cody's doing well. He's excelling. That team's really good. He's on a great team, so Joe's got to be happy.
Absolutely, and he's still involved. He's actually helping out the latest Motors Harley team, which is Bronson, so he's not directly involved with Cody, which sometimes it's hard for the dad to let go of the son. We've seen that in motocross and supercross, Ralph. It's hard for the dads to step back, so Joe gets to come to the race, but he helps out another team. And I think that's good.
Yeah, and a similar thing that's like that scenario is with Dallas Daniels and Nick Daniels.
Yep.
So they didn't want them to work directly together, so Nick works for Trevor Bruner, and Dallas has James Hart as his tuner. Obviously, a lot of communication between them. And that's another thing, like with Bronson and Cody, if Joe hears something from Bronson, he can run over and tell Cody.
Right, or vice versa.
Exactly.
Absolutely. That's the old man of the bunch right there. Pat Buchanan's got that big white beard. Yeah, he's smiling at me. I know. I give him a hard time. I was calling him 50 last year. He's actually 50 now. So, 50, 49. I'm right there. So I'm the old man too, I guess.
You can't say that, Scotty.
It's a secret. One more group to go of qualifying out here today. Mission Super Twins, sponsored by S&S Cycle. So they're going to drag the racetrack, get it set to go. Opening ceremony is coming up here real soon. So, Colby, you got one more group before we let you go. And we appreciate you stopping by. You did a fabulous job.
Yeah, I had a blast. I really appreciate you guys letting me in here. Ralph stepping aside so I can try this out. I hope I can come back sometime soon. Hopefully I didn't get fired today. And it's been fun. I really like this. I've felt more comfortable as the night's gone on.
You're not even sweating at all.
No.
Not nervous? No nervous?
Just getting ready for a bathroom break soon.
A bathroom break and some dinner at the Mission tent.
Yeah, I want to go get some Mission tortillas.
Don't forget, get your Legends t-shirt over there. Stop by, see what's going on at the Progressive Marketplace, sign some autographs. Sammy Halbert's going to be over there during our open paddock area. We have a scheduled break for the sun. If the sun's not out, we might just keep on going, but we do have a scheduled break a little bit later on. But if that's not happening, we're going to keep racing. But we're behind the 8-ball just a little bit, so we'll play catch-up when we can.
It's really nice having the cloud cover today. One, it helps the track get better.
Look at that. She's got her bell bottoms on. That is Hayden Meese.
Jared keeps saying she's going to go into gymnastics and not racing.
Not racing?
Yeah.
I don't know. She likes to ride things. I heard she likes to go fast already, so we'll have to see how that unfolds for Jared and Nicole. What's a little subject right here. I actually married Jared and Nicole at the Springfield Mile during opening ceremonies. I was the officiant.
Mm-hmm.
And then Hayden Meese was actually born on my daughter Haley's birthday.
That was back in Jared Meese's goatee era.
Goatee? Yeah, he had a little goatee, huh?
Yep.
Before the mustache.
Yeah. Now he looks even younger now. He's like getting older, but he's looking younger.
He sure is. He still knows how to ride a motorcycle. That is for sure. So we're having some good times out here. One more group to go. Mission Super Twins, sponsored by S&S Cycle. Who's going to knock off the 44, or the 44 still be your fast qualifier? What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I think Dallas is going to bounce back. Maybe they changed something for the last session and it didn't work out. Or the track could be changing. It could be coming to Brandon. This track, a big difference is going to be, so the Yamaha's got the advantage power-wise, but the Indian, less power. If the track gets slicked off, it should work better.
It should. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds. Here comes the Super Twins. You can see Jared's got his hand guards on. There's the Revolver, Brandon Robinson. No hand guards for him. He's got his little vent right there on the front of his right helmet taped up. He's got the vents on top taped up, too, to keep that dust and pea gravel out of your face, right?
Yeah, it looks like we got something going on with Bronson's bike, rolling it backwards there.
That's not good.
No, never good. It's stressful. It's very stressful.
So your heart rate picks up when that happens?
Yep, makes it hard for the crew, and Bronson might lose a session here if they can't get that thing running.
I don't see it, so we might not make it out. There's Jake Johnson back there with Shayna Texter-Bauman. And there's Dave Zanotti, the guru behind the 52 and the 3 bike. There's Jay Maloney. Here comes Bronson back up there. Maybe it had to be push started.
It's never good, though, rolling it backwards.
No,
makes you nervous.
Absolutely. You're getting nervous just sitting here.
Yeah, and there's Brandon Price on the KTM today. That's new for him.
Yep, he is Donnie Chopre, right?
Gordy Chopre.
Gordy Chopre, that's my fault. Yep, Gordy had a bike, and Brandon was looking for a ride. He's on a KTM out here. The last KTM in the Premier class was 2019 at the Meadowlands Mile.
Yep, doing a little Johnny Lewis stuff, changing brands each week.
Do whatever you got to do to keep going, right?
Yep.
95, J.D. Beach says, I'm going to lead this one out here. So J.D. Beach sneaks away. The number 1, Jared Meese. 32, Dallas Daniels. The 3 is Briar Bauman. 44 is Brandon Robinson. 37, Bronson Bauman. 20 bike, Jared Vandekoy. 67, Davis Fisher. 92, Brandon Price. 27, Robbie Pearson. The 52, Shayna Texter-Bauman. Last group of qualifying on the racetrack.
Yeah, there's Dallas leading him out. He's going to have a clean vision, clean track the whole time.
I thought I saw JD sneak out, but we missed the first 2 bikes to get away from us. So here comes everybody on the front straightaway. Look at the speedy cam. You can't tell how fast they're going because they're coming right at you, but when they go past you, you can tell.
Yeah. And one thing I always notice here, it just seems like the straightaways, they look longer, but man, you zoom down them so fast, you're already in the next corner. That's why I wasn't able to move around much on my chassis.
There is the 44, Brandon Robinson from Oxford, Pennsylvania. Quick time in the first round. He goes skating up the racetrack. Chris Carr called that skittery when you're kind of skating across the top of it.
Looked a little dry there, too, in corner 4.
Look at this. Fisher on the 67 talking to Ben Evans, who's on the 44 and the 20. So.
Yeah, Ben does quite a bit of work there on Davis's engine. He's able to help him out.
I got you. So a little camaraderie between the Indians. All right, I like it. There's the 44, Brandon Robinson.
Breyer to the top. Brandon way up the track there in the deep stuff, trying to see something.
Breyer's fastest in this round with a 2.6.090. The fastest was Robinson in round 1 with a 2.5.5. So the track's either slowing down a half a second or these guys just aren't up to full song yet.
It does look a little bit drier.
Put some water down according to Colby Carlisle. So maybe throw some water down this racetrack. Breyer still fastest in this second round. Robinson right there, so 2.6.168. That is exactly what you call.
There's a little bit, I keep seeing a little puff of smoke, I think, off Brandon Robinson there. I can't tell for sure, but I thought I saw some.
That's hard to tell, especially when there's so much pea gravel and light dust up there. But
oh, yeah.
Yep, there it is.
And there, that makes you nervous. It started to come around on him a little bit, and at that point, it's right at the verge where you could low side, spin around backwards.
It could blow up, right? I mean, or something.
Yeah, it's probably just a little oil leak or something, not something serious. But him sliding around there, that did make me a little nervous, made me jump.
Dallas goes up the racetrack. Checkered flag is out, so it's going to be Breyer Bauman fastest here in round number 2 at 2.6.090. Brandon Robinson will be your overall combined time best lap with a 2.5.557, so the track's a little bit slower. And Colby's concerned with the 44, a little puff of smoke, and he almost came around sideways on that last lap. You can see he's coming back around quickly, so he might be feeling it as well, right?
Not so much. He probably can't tell, and it's probably nothing serious, but he probably wasn't super happy. You know, that mistake was pretty big. You definitely feel that, and that does make your heart rate go up, because that was right at the point where I don't like to be.
Like right in the middle of the corner, and it looked like it almost kind of snapped
it's
around.
Right at the breaking point of going around backwards.
Colby, we appreciate you stopping by the booth. I hope you had a good time. Everybody getting all kinds of good, positive feedback, so thanks for stopping by. If you fans that are here in Lima want an autograph, Colby's going to be roaming around out there. You got a little red scooter you're going to have your leg resting on, and just take your time, enjoy it, enjoy the night. Thanks for stopping by.
I appreciate you guys having me. Thank you so much.
Speedy recovery for the number 36 up here, Colby Carlisle, as that's going to wrap up all of our qualifying action. Up next scheduled to be is our opening ceremonies. After opening ceremonies, we will have our semifinals. What's your point now? Look like they turned back around, huh?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, me too. All right, so that's it for qualifying. Big crowd out here tonight at the Ohio National. It's the Mission Lima Half-Mile, sponsored by Drag Specialties. We're just about ready for opening ceremonies. After opening ceremonies, we'll have 6 semifinals. Then we'll have our dashes. We do have an open paddock areas right now scheduled from 8 until 8:50. We might scrap that. We'll have to see how it's going. And we'll get set to go with the rest of tonight's action. I'm Scotty Dibler. In just a few moments, we'll bring Ralph Shaheen into the booth. Opening ceremony is coming up real soon right here at Lima. Getting set to go with opening ceremonies coming up next. We'll be right back to the Lima, Ohio National.
Flat track, to the strip, to the street. It's ARP fasteners for your bike. If it's for show or for go, ARP makes the highest quality and most dependable fasteners with strength for performance and good looks. The speed demons of American flat track racing trust ARP for maximum clamping force that leads to victory lane. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com, no matter what you drive.
Spaceport has been America's